This Twins and Angels series is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. We're expecting great weather for baseball tonight at Target Field, where the Twins and Angels launch a 4-game series in a collision for the wild card. Twins enter the night game and a half behind Houston for the second wild card berth. The Angels 2 games behind the Twins. We welcome you to Twins baseball on Fox Sports North. Twins have done more than just remain relevant in the month of September. With 17 games to go, they're in good position to return to the playoffs next month. Let's set up this series tonight with the Angels. Their shining stars the last few years have been dealing with injuries. Take a look at the difference in production from Mike Trout. Pre- and post-All-Star break, production has been down dramatically in average home runs and RBI. Still, the Angels are hanging around. Twins' rise this season could be traced to a number of factors, including the ascent of rookie Eddie Rosario. His home run last night made him the first rookie in baseball in 9 years with at least 10 homers, triples, doubles, and stolen bases. Pitching has helped both the Twins and Angels push for the playoffs this month. Both starting staffs have been in the upper echelon in the American League in terms of earned run averages. Up next, Dick and Bert focus on the stars to watch this weekend at Target Field, where 2 teams collide in a chase for playoff space in the American League.
Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Ram. Come in and get a great deal on the best trucks during Ram Truck Month.
Tonight we'll start on time. The opening game of the Angels-Twins series, and our personal money-back guarantee, it'll be just a 9-inning game. Left-handers Hector Santiago, Tommy Malone will start in the opening game of this critical 4-game series. And we welcome you to Target Field. The skies have cleared. It's a beautiful night for baseball. And while the focus in this series will be on the pennant race. The wild card chase. There's an awful lot of star power in this series.
Yeah, both these ball clubs are fighting for that wild card spot, and both these ball clubs have some really key players that we've seen over the years, like Albert Pujols, 555 career home runs. How about Mike Trout, only 24 years old? He's doing it again this year. 36 home runs. Pujols with 35. A lot of power out of those two guys right there. And for the Minnesota Twins, of course the Twins, they're in the wild card hunt. Miguel Sano and Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer's reached base in 36 consecutive games. Hopefully he can get on 3 or 4 times tonight. And then the big guy, Miguel Sano, hopefully can drive him in.
Well, we've offered our money-back guarantee for a 9-inning game. In fact, the Twins are going to do what they can to make sure it's an 8.5-inning game. One of these teams will pursue a wild card spot. The Twins hoping to rebound after a disappointing series with the Tigers.
But the Twins find themselves in the thick of the wild card race behind a solid staff, dazzling defense, catch in the gap, and a youthful renaissance. That ball is gone. A home run for Sano. The Twins have been one of baseball's best surprises. Tonight, an important series begins against stiff competition, also vying for a playoff spot. 4 games with the Angels, who sit right behind the Twins in the standings. An exciting weekend of baseball begins. And it will begin on time. The Twins take the field for the opening game of a 4-game series. The Twins 2 games ahead of the Angels in the wild card standings. And all the focus recently has been on the team or teams that the Twins have been chasing. The Angels have 2 teams they're chasing. The Astros now and the Twins. Last year, the Angels had the best record in the American League with 98 wins, and they've had a lot of things go wrong this year and recently as well. The Menards batting order for the opener. Eric Ibar leading off, Cole Calhoun batting second, then Trout and Pujols. C.J. Cron's been swinging it pretty good lately, and he's done well against the Twins. Then David Freese, Shane Victorino, Chris Iannetta, and Taylor Featherston.
And on the mound here tonight, it'll be 28-year-old Tommy Malone making his 21st start, his first against the Angels this year, and his first start against the Angels as a Minnesota Twin. 10 starts as an Oakland A against the Angels, a 6-game winner, the 6 wins, the most against any team that he has faced.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Rosario, Hicks, and Hunter across the outfield. Standard infield alignment with Suzuki back in the lineup behind the plate. Twins had back-to-back disappointing losses at home against the Tigers. And now 17 games left. Game and a half out of the wild card. Losses this time of the year are particularly costly when you have ground to make up.
For the Twins, it's bounce back time. We've seen them throughout the summer go through a little bit of a streak like they did the last couple games against Detroit and then bounce back. Also, this is crunch time right here for both ball clubs. This is a big 4-game series in my opinion.
And in reality, it's bigger for the Angels than it is the Twins. They need to win this series. A 2-2 split would do the Angels no good. It might not do the Twins any good either. Right. But this is an opportunity for the Angels to match up and catch up with the Twins. Mark Wagner behind the plate, Miller, Eddings, and Johnson, the rest of the crew.
And I guess over this 4-game series, first pitch to Ibar, we'll see who steps up.
It's the time of the year for teams to do that. Eric Ibar in the leadoff spot. The first pitch fouled back.
Ibar, a switch hitter, is a right-handed hitter hitting 275. 265 is a left-handed hitter, so good hitter from both sides of the plate. Kind of a check swing. And Tommy Milone right there to get the shovel pass from Joe Mauer.
So one down. Milone hustling to get to the bag. Mauer cutting in front of Dozier to catch the ground ball. And that'll bring up Cole Calhoun. Think of the Angels, and of course you think about the 3 and 4 batters, Trout and Pujols. Trout still a young player growing into his prime, and Pujols trying to retain his prime. But this Angels team offensively has been a disappointment. It's one of the issues that they have. Runs scored. They have the lowest team batting average in the American League at 242, and they're 13th in runs scored.
Yeah, and only the Tampa Bay Rays have scored less runs than the Angels. They're last in doubles. So yeah, they have really struggled offensively.
And those struggles only get worse against left-handed pitching. The team is hitting just 230 against left-handers. So in that sense, Tommy Milone, the perfect guy to send out there since he's the only lefty in the rotation.
10 career starts against the Angels, 6-2 ERA under 4.
Missing inside 2-1.
Yeah, Milone, we've talked about Tommy Milone in the past, not overpowering. He's not going to blow a hitter off the plate. He has to hit his spots. And he did that for 3 innings in his last start in Chicago, and then he left some pitches up, and the White Sox took advantage of it.
Big pop up short left, and Escobar with the catch, 2 down. And Mike Trout had a great first half and has cooled off a bit though in the second half. Still overall very good numbers.
Dealt with a little bit of a wrist injury diving for a ball, and that set him back. He missed a couple ball games because of it. He says he's fine now.
1-0 to Trout.
American League Rookie of the Year in 2012. 4-time All-Star. MVP last year in the American League.
Speed pitch missing. It's 2-0.
And Mike Trout against Tommy Milone, 5 hits and 21 at-bats. One of those hits left the ballpark. Milone has allowed 16 home runs this year. 13 to right-handed hitters.
Big swing and a miss, 2-1.
Good changeup right there. Good location. Trout only 24 years old. Already in his 5th season with the Angels.
Strike called 2-2.
So those 2 pitches right there, change up down and away, and then a pitch middle in. Again, that's Tommy Milone's game. Work both sides of the plate, keep it away from the middle of the plate.
Full count, Pujols on deck. Trout with 144 strikeouts. He's walked 80 times. Punched a foul ball. Mauer chasing it, and again. That ball lands between Hunter and Mauer on the warning track.
Yeah, the 80 walks for Trout, third most in the American League. Carlos Santana of the Cleveland Indians has walked 97 times. Last time Tommy Milone faced the Angels, you have to go back last year, June 11th in Anaheim. He ended up being the winning pitcher in the 7-1 ball game over the Angels. Again, with the Oakland A's at that time.
And missing the inside corner, Trout takes a walk, and that'll bring up Pujols. Pujols, the DH in tonight's game. Batting average down, but the power still there. The run production still there, leading the team with 83 runs batted in. And good numbers against Tommy Milone. And a first pitch strike over the inside corner.
Now Pujols 35 years old in his 4th season with the Angels, 15th season overall, 11 seasons with the Cardinals, where he was a 3-time National League MVP.
Missing low, and it's 1-1. Trout not the base stealing threat he once was, particularly hitting in front of Pujols. When he's on, the Angels are a little more inclined to let Pujols swing away, with Trout already in scoring position at first base many times. Stole 49 bases in his first full year in the big leagues. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
89-mile-an-hour fastball. Pujols swings through it.
Pujols hesitating a little bit as he gets ready for this 1-2 pitch.
He's had some ankle issues as of late, some sore knee issues.
Nice job by Suzuki on that pitch down in the dirt. We talked about the Angels' struggles against left-handers. It really begins with Albert Pujols hitting just .211 against lefties.
And he has really struggled, really. I mean, for him, since the All-Star break, hitting only .219. There's the lefty-righty numbers.
2-2. Another one in the dirt, blocked by Suzuki. Full count. Trout will leave early from first.
See if Joe Mauer holds him on, or if he'll play behind him. He's holding him on right now.
Trout so fast. You do whatever you can, I suppose, to try to keep the run from scoring if Pujols were to hit a double, and part of that is holding him on at first. 3-2 to Pujols. Got it. Oh, foul tip, and that staggers Suzuki. Way out in front of that changeup, but Pujols was able to slow the bat down just enough to make contact, and the foul tip got Suzuki.
If the bat got him, or nope, just the foul tip. Let's take a listen.
That staggered him. Those are those, as we've come to learn recently, are very, very serious. Talking with Terry Ryan before the game today about Josmil Pinto. He's had a concussion wasted year this year. Ended up hitting the ball okay. He's fine now, but Pinto had some series of foul balls against the mask like that, and fouled back again. And the foul tips like that are what forced the Twins to move Joe Mauer to first base.
And you know what? With Detroit just left, Alex Avila. You know, I mean, he was an upcoming catcher. Now, you know, his catching duties are almost over in Detroit.
It just seems like the shelf life for catchers is so short now. Carlos Santana. That's one of the reasons why the Indians moved him. They wanted his bat in the lineup. Another 3-2. Pitch number 20 of the first inning for Malone. And he walked him. A pair of 2-out walks, and C.J. Cron will bat with 2 men on.
Yeah, walks have really never been an issue for Tommy Malone, but pitching very carefully to Trout and Pujols have created 2 walks. In his career, he's averaged only 2.2 walks per 9 innings. Tonight it is Tommy Malone's 104th major league start.
Malone getting a chat with Suzuki, and a fresh at bat for C.J. Cron.
Neil Allen, the pitching coach for the Twins, watching very closely.
Cron's been a nice compliment to Trout and Pujols, stinging the ball with power in September. Down low, ball 1. 13 runs batted in 14 games in September.
Yeah, not the ball to strike ratio Tommy Malone wants here early on, but we have seen that before. Tommy Malone in that first inning struggling a little bit until he finds that good groove.
Outside 2-0.
Trying to be a little bit too fine.
Well, Malone 2 starts ago was outstanding and was off to a good start in his last start against Chicago, but then they ambushed him in the 4th inning and knocked him out. 2-0 to Cron. Big swing and a miss, and you can understand with a swing like that where the power comes from.
Remember when the Angels had Mark Trumbo? You know, Cron almost a clone of that as far as size, not quite as tall, but 6'4", about 235. In his second season with the Angels. Angels #1 pick back in 2011. Born in Fullerton, California, right by Anaheim Stadium.
A little bit low, and Malone looked in and still is looking in.
That's a pitch he'd like to have right there. Mark Wegner calling balls and strikes. And right there at the lower part of that box track says it was a strike.
3-1 now to Cron.
Wegner, a 17-year veteran umpire. Took something off.
That's Malone at his best. Don't know what's going to happen in this at bat, but when he can pitch us about in the same spot.
Right.
Malone at his best is unpredictable. When he's got command of all his pitches, you have no idea what's coming on 3-1, or in this case 3-2.
Third straight batter, a 3-2 pitch coming toward home plate.
Nubbed back to the mound.
Good
Malone with a toss to Mauer, and he survives a couple of walks in the first inning. Had a little meeting with his team after the game last night. He said, process this and let's move on. The Twins are trying to do that with this Menards batting order in game one. Aaron Hicks, Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Trevor Plouffe, Torrey Hunter, Eddie Rosario, Kurt Suzuki, and Eduardo Escobar.
And a left-hander on the mound. 4 or 5 games that there have been a left-hander on the mound facing the Twins, and this will be Hector Santiago, the 27-year-old left-hander in his second season with the Angels. Very good earned run average, 3.21. That's 6th best in the American League. David Price leading the American League in that department with a 2.42 earned run average.
Aaron Hicks to get things started. And a first pitch strike.
Santiago very stingy as far as giving up hits. Opponents hitting only 223 off of him. 5th lowest in the American League. Given up only 139 hits and 166 innings pitched. Making his 5th career start against the Twins.
0-2 to Hicks. Dozier and Mauer will follow. Off the plate.
Already seen by Santiago's delivery, kind of a short arm type of throw toward home plate, not the long arm that you see some pitchers wind back and drop that arm. He's kind of a short armor.
A high fly deep down the left field line and foul. Hicks missing a foul pole home run by about 10 feet.
That looked like a breaking ball down and in, but take a look at Santiago's delivery right here. Working off the middle part of the pitching rubber, keeping that shoulder in nicely, showing the glove, and there comes the ball toward home plate. You see his landing foot almost pointing toward the third base, or excuse me, yeah, the third base, first base foul line. So throws a bit across his body, as a lot of pitchers do, especially left-handers.
And foul back.
There's some Twins that have had some pretty good numbers against Santiago. Hicks 2 for 4 with a couple home runs.
Another 1-2 and up and away. 2-2.
Change up right there. Santiago fastball in the low 90s, slider, change up, and then a screwball that he'll turn over a little bit. There's a breaking ball here.
Half swing, but he went, and Hicks has gone on strikes.
A little harder, like a slider down, and Hicks unable to hold up.
Northland Ford defense for the Angels. Shane Victorino's in left field. Mike Trout in center. Cole Calhoun in right. A lot of speed out there. Freeze and Ivar left side of the infield. Featherston, Crone on the right side. Chris Iannetta been playing much recently. He's back behind the plate catching for the Angels. Just missing. Outside corner, ball 1 to Dozier.
Dozier 4 hits and 11 at bats against Santiago.
Off the plate again.
You gotta like that. Santiago getting right back on that pitching rubber. He does work quick.
Popped up and into the twilight, disappearing. First baseman Crone doesn't see it, and the ball will land. Dozier throwing to second base, and he's in safely. Again, the twilight. The ball went up in the air. Crone never did see it. Featherston tried to get there, and the ball landed about 8 feet in fair territory for the shortest double of Dozier's career.
Yeah, how far did you think that went? 65 feet, maybe? Maybe 70. But straight up, Crone has no idea. Featherston coming over. It's actually the pitcher. And that's the last thing you want, is a pitcher to try to catch the ball. And it will be a gifted double for Dozier.
We've seen the issue. Well, it's an issue out in Anaheim too. Remember, Darren Erstad had problems when his career had him with the Angels, and this time of night at an outdoor ballpark, it can be very troublesome to see the ball, particularly one hit as tall as that one was. It's a double for Dozier, and now Mauer. Mauer takes up and in, ball one.
Joe 4 hits in 12 at bats against Santiago. Also walked 4 times against him. Santiago can be a little bit wild at times. 62 walks in 166 innings pitched.
Tap to the right side, of foul ball. Tonight's Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by the Silver Bullet Clean Crisp Coors Light. And Joe Mauer with 36 games in a row where he's reached base. More significant, of course, if you're a leadoff batter. Joe's hitting third. Part of his job is to drive in runs, and he's got a chance here in the first inning.
Yeah, the RBI total a bit down for Joe at 61 runs batted in.
Up and away, and it's 2-1.
Joe in his 12th season with the Twins. He made it a season a .319 career hitter.
Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. For the first time in his big league career, Joe Mauer has struck out 100 times. His 10th inning strikeout last night with runners at first and second against Ian Kroll after Kroll had fallen behind 3-0. The 100th strikeout of Mauer's career.
He struck out 96 times last year and 455 at bats.
Lifted foul, it'll reach the seats.
And he struck out 100 times this year and 531 at bats.
The year he won the league MVP, he struck out 63 times, but he walked 76 times. So the strikeouts have gone up. The walks have come down. But he remains one of the better hitters in the league with men in scoring position this year. And that's the situation right here in the first inning. Base hit right field. Dozier around third. Calhoun comes in, his throw cut off, and Mauer delivers the first RBI of the game.
Joe came into that at bat hitting .360 with runners in scoring position. Only Josh Donaldson had a higher batting average, and Joe delivered right there, picking up his 62nd RBI. So good hitting right there by Joe Mauer, and now it's 37 straight games that Joe Mauer has been able to reach first base or beyond. A fastball finding that hole in the right field. Dozier, good speed, scores the Twins' first run. And for Brian Dozier, that was his 97th time he has scored a run.
Sano taps it to third. That ball nearly hit the base, and a throw across gets Sano at first for out number 2. Sano running better down the line than he has in quite some time. Freeze with the pickup right after that ball barely missed Karaming off the third base bag.
Yeah, nice play by Freeze right here. Watch that ball almost just over the bag, and boy, we mentioned last night the game is sometimes a game of inches, and right there just a couple inches before it might have hit the bag and might have been a base hit for Sano.
Here's Plouffe, chance to add to the lead with a 2-out hit. Taken for strike 1.
Yeah, Plouffe picking up an RBI in yesterday's ball game against the Tigers, his 80th of the year. That tied a career high for Trevor. He had 80 runs batted in last year.
Blocked by Iannetta nicely, and it's 1-1.
And Trevor Plouffe, 3 hits and 9 at-bats against Santiago.
Angels got in about 5 in the morning after their long flight after another loss in Seattle. Here's a deep drive to left, but it is going to be foul. Trevor waited on the off-speed pitch and hit it awfully well, but he didn't wait quite long enough.
Yeah, Santiago's allowed 24 home runs, 22 of those 24 to right-handed hitters. And Plouffe almost hit his 21st home run.
Inside, 2-2.
Santiago making the All-Star team this year. Did not pitch in the All-Star game. Had a very good first half.
And now 3-2 with Hunter on deck.
Had 17 starts in the first half prior to the All-Star game. 6 wins, 4 losses, an ERA at 2.33. But since the break in 11 starts, an ERA almost 5. 2-5 record overall in the 11 starts.
And Plouffe takes a walk. The Twins still batting and battling here in the first inning. And that'll bring up Hunter.
Torrey had a chance in the last 3 ball games to play against his former team, the Detroit Tigers. Now the smiling Torrey Hunter gets to play against another former team and teammates, the Angels, where he spent 5 seasons with the Angels from 1998 to 2012.
Mike Butcher to the mound and a quick trip to the mound. Santiago with 23 pitches. Tommy Malone pitched around a couple of 2-out walks. And now Santiago issues a 2-out walk.
Yeah, the average pitches you'd like per inning, probably right around 15. Tommy Malone, 27 pitches to get 3 outs in the first. And as you mentioned, Dick, 23 for Santiago.
That was a bit odd. Mark Wagner went out to the mound, and the conversation continued for a while. And just wonder whether Ibar wasn't serving as a translator.
I think maybe they feel that maybe Wagner's strike zone is a little bit on the tight side. A couple of those pitches inside. Maybe Iannetta saying, hey, those are strikes not being called right now.
Here's Hunter. Out in front and a foul. Spun back toward the press box. Dozier with a pop fly double that traveled about 50 feet. And an RBI single by Mauer, and now Hunter looking for a big blow here in the first inning. A high fly to deep left field. And Hunter delivers.
Home run number 20 on the year for Torrey Hunter. And it's a 4-0 Twins lead.
3 years in the 4th grade.
Takes a while. Wow, breaking ball. We saw Brian Dozier, I think, just missed that pitch right there, or Trevor Plouffe, but right there, Torrey did not. Second deck shot. Twins take a 4-0 lead.
Rosario takes outside ball 1. And of course, the Angels will look back at the lost pop-up, and it not only cost them 1 run. If the pop-up is caught, Hunter doesn't even bat in this first inning. And their inability to see the ball in the twilight has cost them 4 first-inning runs. Driven to right center field and deep. Trout hustling after it. That ball hits the base of the wall, and Rosario has a double. He wants one more. And the ball skips by Freeze, and Rosario has another triple.
You know, fans like home runs. Fans also like triples. And Rosario, that's his 13th triple of the year.
Trout did everything right. He knew it was uncatchable. He played the carom well. And the relay man, Featherston, hesitated just a split second.
Now the Twins have hit for the cycle here in the first inning off of Santiago. And Trout getting it back in quickly. But Rosario taking the chance on trying to get the triple. And a good throw right there, a good hop might have gotten him, but the ball came up and he got away from Freeze.
Suzuki thought about bunting in front of Freeze to get Rosario in. Well, this is exactly, if you're the manager, this is exactly what you'd like to see your team do after a crushing defeat last night. Game ended about 12:30 in 12 innings. Driven to right center field and deep. Trout hustling after this one. And that hits the warning track. Rosario scores. Suzuki to second with a double. And the third out, very elusive for Hector Santiago.
The Twins have their hitting shoes on here in the first inning. A 3-run home run, a triple, 2 doubles, and a single. And Mike Butcher on the phone out to the bullpen.
And Paul Molitor addressed his team before the media was allowed into the clubhouse last night and said, all right, this is tough. This is going to hurt. Take a look at this. Pitch down and away, and Suzuki went with it.
Boy, he got good wood on this ball right there, driving it to right center. And Trout chasing it, and he couldn't catch up to it. Suzuki with his 17th double, driving in his 47th run.
Nothing particularly profound about the manager's message last night, but you are dealing with a lot of younger ball players and rookies. And basically, this is going to be the end of the night for Hector Santiago. Mike Scioscia's coming out to get him, but basically Paul Molitor said, all right, first of all, don't come in at your normal time. Nobody should show up till 4 o'clock today. No batting practice on Thursday. And then when you come here, get ready to play tonight. Don't think any more about what happened tonight. An early exit, 2/3 of an inning for Hector Santiago. fell for a double. That was the beginning of the unraveling.
Like the roof cave in.
Rosario with a triple. Malone saying, pile on, boys. 5 runs in the first. And a man in scoring position. With Mike Morin coming in out of the Angel bullpen.
Yeah, Morin making his 37th relief appearance. A guy that has pretty good fastball, very good changeup, and a slider in his 2nd season with the Angels. And of course, for Santiago, that's his shortest outing of the year. And that was his 29th start of the year.
Well, now the skies have darkened here at the Target Field. You're looking.
That's because the sun went down.
Well, I'm trying to relate it to what might happen to a similar pop fly that would be visible now.
I'm glad the Twins had that kind of inning so far that it allowed the sun to go down. So when they're on the defense, now they can see the ball better.
For a while last night, I thought we'd be here with the sun coming up. Here's Escobar, 9th man to bat. Strike on the outside corner. Twins again had the disappointing loss last night. The Angels will extend no sympathy after they had their own disappointment in Seattle, losing 2 out of 3 to the Mariners. Morin misses the outside corner and then getting to their hotel rooms about 5 in the morning.
Yeah, that happens to every ball club probably 2 or 3 times throughout the summer months, that you end up playing a night game somewhere and then have to end up in that next city at wee hours of the night.
And it's up to the host city, in this case it was Seattle, to schedule a day game to allow the teams. I don't know whether the Mariners had to travel after the game or not. Check swing and they'll appeal. No swing. The count goes to 2-1.
Well, I know when back when we played, a lot of us were just getting in at that time anyway. So what's 5 o'clock?
Well, the worst I've experienced, and you remember it too, we opened the season a few years ago out in Anaheim, and the Angels notoriously tight about scheduling day games on getaway days. We had a night game, and then we flew to Chicago for a 3 o'clock game and got to the hotel about 7:30 in the morning for a 3 o'clock game. The ball hooked foul, and ultimately it impacts the quality of play on the field, and that's the product that baseball has. So I would not be surprised to see baseball adjusting some things in terms of travel policies.
It's always been that way, Dick. It was back, I know back when I think I played. There were a lot of times you got into that next town very, very late, 3, 4 in the morning.
2-2, and Escobar on an off-speed pitch strikes out. Good first inning for the Twins. They give Tommy Malone a 5-run cushion with a lot of clutch 2-out hits and knocking out the Angels starter along the way. Malone pitched out of a first inning situation with a couple of walks and then 5 runs for the Twins. Bottom of the first. Happy to have Twins Hall of Famer and former Twins manager Tom Kelly with us. Tom, it's got to be a tremendous thrill for a manager after a disappointing game last night to see his team come back and put 5 runs up on the board right away in that first inning.
5 spot make you smart, Dick. Believe me when I tell you. 5 make you real smart. Intelligence level goes way up. Yep, without a doubt.
You spent some time talking with Paul this afternoon, and I know you kept in contact with him during the year. How would you assess what he's done in his rookie year as manager?
You know, like we all know, and you know, and certainly Bert knows that if you pitch good, you're pretty smart. If you don't pitch so good, then things are not as flowing. But for the most part, we've been hanging in there with our pitching. I think we still can do better, but a little uneasy in the bullpen with a few things, but like I told Paul today, I said, you know, you got people down there, and they're down here for a reason, and you got to use them. And if they can't pitch in an inning or so, then maybe they shouldn't be here. So have confidence in your people, and I think he's surrounded by 2 great baseball guys in Joe Vavra and Gene Glenn. They have a wealth of knowledge. I know they've helped out.
The ball hooked to left center field. It's a base hit, and it'll get by Hicks and go all the way to the wall. David Freese has a double to start the 2nd inning.
Yeah, for David Freese, his 23rd double of the year, and it's the last thing Tommy Malone wants to do is have the Angels come back and put a run or 2 on the board. You want to shut the door right here, even though it's only in the 2nd inning. Change up right there. Freese just kind of stuck his bat out there and found that right gap into left center field. Yeah, GK, you know.
No, I think Paul's done a good job, without a question.
He's a rookie. You know what? I mean, when you became manager back in 1986, what was the biggest thing that you had to
I'll be perfectly honest with you, Bert. I worried about having a job the next year.
Okay.
I worried about myself. I worried about the coaches because they were in limbo just like me, and I worried about that all the time.
Well, but let me ask you about a game
that's
situation.
Perfectly honest.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your honesty. But as your years went on,
correct.
You know, I think controlling a pitching staff is probably one of the hardest things to do, and you always have to think maybe an inning or 2 ahead.
Oh, for sure.
When does that finally sink in and say, you know, hey, here we are in the 5th inning, and you know, so and so is going to come up 2 innings from now, and I got to get this lefty ready for this left-handed hitter.
All that's very true. Oh, everything you just reiterated, Bert, I can't say any better. That's the biggest and hardest thing to handle is the pitching staff and running the bullpen. Now, things can work well if your starters, as you know and you've said 8,000 times, if you pitch into the game, you certainly can keep the bullpen people in order, keep them situated properly, and they come in and do their job properly. When you start having to reach down there in the 3rd inning, 4th inning, a few nights in a row in a given week or 2, you know, things are going to deteriorate. And this is when you have to have a strong minor league system to try to replace some people. And if you wear somebody out in the bullpen, you send them down, you bring somebody else and bring him back when he's good to go again. You know, so there's a lot of that has to happen. So you need a strong AAA team, AA. Have some people ready to come up to help and substitute for guys that maybe get worn out a little bit. But the bottom line is the starter got to pitch into the game. And we've certainly seen enough of that the past few years. We've done a little better this year, but we still have a little ways to go.
Yeah, especially here in the month of September. I think they have 9 quality starts already here in the month of September, which is good. That means, you know, the bullpen doesn't have to be used, as you mentioned, in the 4th or 5th inning.
Correct. And we've certainly seen enough of that. So that's when things deteriorate.
Down and away, and it's 1-1.
Nothing against the bullpen guys. It's just that you can't keep using them time and time again.
Well, to your point, you know, the Angels got a short start from Jared Weaver last night. He was ejected early in the ball game, and now just 2/3 of an inning from their starter Hector Santiago here tonight.
Wonderful news for the manager, and you're going to have to use them all again tonight probably. And plus, after being on the probably getting here at 6 in the morning, I heard. I was wondering, Bert, if they sent the guy ahead a day. You know, I used to do that occasionally. You send the pitcher ahead. So imagine sending the guy ahead and giving you can't get through the second. First
I got to tell this story.
That's really bad.
When I was with the Texas Rangers, that's what Billy Hunter did. He allowed us to go early, and we had a left-handed pitcher, and we were going to get late into Baltimore like at 2 or 3 in the morning. And guess who met us at the bus?
Perfect.
That left-handed pitcher that was pitching the next day.
That's what you need.
And he didn't pitch very well, so that was the last time Billy Hunter said, nope, you guys stay with us.
But I was thinking about that. I'm standing there talking with Terry. I said, Terry, you think they sent the guy? I said, how'd that work out for you? And especially, with, like you said, with Weaver getting heave-ho. And now you're going to, I think they used, 4 guys last night? 5, whatever it was. But I'm sure they got a busload down there.
They can't possibly use them all, TK. They got 37 players.
37, correct. I heard that this afternoon.
If you're one of the 3 members on their 40-man roster and you're not here, that's got to give you a bit of a complex.
You got to say, be calling your agent, think we better start shopping ourselves around. I didn't make the 57-man roster. It's awful. Yeah, that's not nice. That's
Featherston's really been struggling lately. 1 strike from Malone, an RBI single by Iannetta, and now a foul back to the screen.
Yeah, Brad Featherston in his rookie season with the Angels.
We saw this guy a little bit previously, correct?
Yep.
And I thought he had a lot of enthusiasm about himself. He looked like he wanted to play and have fun. I don't know how good he's going to be for them, but he looked like he wanted to play. That's always positive.
Yeah, he's a Rule 5 draft from the Cubs.
There you go. Why not? Getting a chance. Good for him.
2 strikes to the number 9 batter. Third blocked by Suzuki early in the ballgame.
You got to admire these kind of guys, Bert. I know you do, and that stay with it. Rule 5 and all that stuff, and getting that second opportunity, or maybe even 3rd or 4th, who knows? But to hang in there and stay with it, pretty good.
You had pretty good success with the Rule 5. Shane Mack was a Rule 5 guy,
yeah,
right?
Shane Mack playing next to Kirby Puckett got a lot better. Shane had a lot of talent. I give Terry Crowley a lot of credit for that, our hitting coach at the time. Him and Shane seemed to really hit it off together and did a lot of good things. I know Crow had a couple different approaches for Shane, and he applied them with Shane, and depending on who was pitching against us, he sent him up with plan A and plan B. So it was sort of funny to listen to, but it reminds me of my golf game with player A doesn't do too good. Let's try player B.
Well, now Malone giving him 3 hits and at least 1 run back here in the second inning.
Another one that's up a little bit in the zone, Bert. I think a couple of these pitches have stayed up.
That's what happened in that 4th inning in his last start against the White Sox. And here comes Neil Allen right here to try to get him back in the zone.
See where this one is.
See right there.
Too high.
Even though a guy has been struggling at the plate,
you're not going
to miss too many of those.
No, you're absolutely right.
Ibar will hit after the meeting on the mound. In the first inning, Malone issued a couple of 2-out walks, but they were to Trout and Pujols, and he pitched around that. But early trouble here in the second inning.
Well, you see the pitch count already, 43 pitches. And that's what I'm sure Neil Allen's saying. Hey, come on, get your spots better. Keep the ball down.
I'd like to see him throw a few more than breaking balls he can throw. Sometimes he gets a little fastball changeup happy, and like you pointed out, Bert, the ball stays up in the zone, and they're the ones that get hit pretty good.
Ibar the batter.
Change the angle a little bit.
He had a ground ball hit a ground ball to Mauer his first time up. Malone's gotten 6 ground ball double plays this year.
This fellow here has had a nice career. He's done a nice job over the years for the Angels.
This is his 10th season.
Terrific. There we go.
Down and away, ball 1.
He's always had very good bat control from both sides of the plate.
I think he's a real nice player. It's like he enjoys playing.
Two and 0. 45 pitches, 25 strikes for Malone. Well, Molitor saw Phil Hughes just last 3 innings in his return to the rotation. Irvin Santana gave the Twins 7 last night. Drilled to left field. Down for a hit. Rosario will fire it back to the infield, and they're loaded up. And Calhoun now comes to the plate as the tying run.
Yeah, 4 hits already this inning, and Ibar again. Malone fell behind, came in, basically here it is, hit it somewhere, and Ibar did.
Again, this is an Angel team that's hitting just .230 against lefties. And the Angels doing to Malone here in the second what the White Sox did to him in the fourth.
Well, Tommy's not locating the pitches where he wants to. He knows that. Everybody can see it. And, he just needs to find a way to get a grounder. And maybe we can have something good happen.
Calhoun hit a pop-up to short left field, caught by Escobar his first time up. A.J. Octor, the first arm, getting loose in the bullpen.
I need another pop-up like he did in his first at-bat. Left-handers hitting only .215 off of Malone.
Pitch is up, ball 1. The Angels saw the Twins put a 5 spot up on the board in the first inning, and now they've already whittled into that lead. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-0.
Oh, we are playing with some fire now, Bert.
Especially with who's hitting behind Calhoun.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble.
The next couple guys coming up. I think that's why Actor's getting ready. We're in a position like the Angels. They can't fool around. Things aren't working out. You got to go change. That's all there is to it. As much as you'd like to let your starter have some faith in them, but we're getting near the end.
It's interesting.
Tough.
Today,
can't do it.
A couple of American League Central teams shuffling their rotation. Danny Duffy out of the rotation. He's in the bullpen. Trevor Bauer of the Indians been shifted now to the bullpen to make room for Corey Kluber.
Well, you got to go with your horses right now.
Yeah.
And Tommy Malone has been pretty consistent.
Yes.
And
overall, he's done a terrific job.
2-1. 3-1. Trout on deck.
It's almost like he tried to aim that ball down and away. And 50 pitches.
I agree with
showed you the
strike
to ball ratio.
I think that's exactly what he did on that. He tried to aim that one instead of, like you always said, just go ahead and throw it.
Let it go.
Trust your ability.
Calhoun has struck out 138 times. He's walked 40 times.
Come on, Tom.
Suzuki's going to sit a little away.
Up 3-2.
Calhoun a little upset at himself that he missed that pitch.
I think Birdie was just high enough, actually. Got up
just got underneath
just enough.
What did Vern Rule throw you for your only home?
I still have my eyes closed. I don't know. I just swung. Somebody from the bullpen, the on deck circle said now. It went like 440. When I seen the right fielder start to jump for it, I went, oh no, I better start running.
Full count to Calhoun, and he
each
gets
year,
done.
Bert, that ball's gone further and further.
Yes. That went out of the ballpark, didn't it?
I think it did. It hit up there where Reggie Jackson hit that one in the All-Star game. It was up there somewhere.
Old Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
Full count to Calhoun. Ball 4 with the bases loaded. And it's 5-2 and still only 1 out.
I'd like to tell some of these stories, Bert, but again, I think we're in a bad spot here. We need to focus on getting a double play ball here somehow.
And here comes Paul Molitor.
My goodness, look at this.
Well, as you mentioned, TK, you can only go so far.
You can't do it. You know, and a hard thing. Everybody loves Tommy Malone. He's a good guy. Good guy on the team. Everything about him's aces. Okay, you love the guy, but you got 9 other guys out there, plus the other guys in the dugout. You know, you got a responsibility. They put 5 spot on the board for you. You know, you owe it to them not to make it 5-5 here or 5-4 or whatever. I'm not trying to be pessimistic about it. He may get the next guy to pop up and the next guy dribble one. Who knows? But the manager at this time of year, you just can't do it. You got to go get him. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Bottom line is win the ball game.
That's all there is to it. You got to remember
some hurt feelings along the way. You end up hurting your own feelings.
Yeah, I think Tommy's a stand-up guy, and he's going to say I wasn't getting it done. You know, I admire him for that. I think he's always been a stand-up guy. So he's going to be the first one to say I didn't get the job done.
Well, the Twins had really the last couple games where they've used the bullpen an awful lot, even though they got 7 innings from Irvin Santana last night. The bullpen pitched 5 innings after he left, and now bullpen will have to pitch most of the game here tonight. A.J. Ochter coming in with the tying run already on base, and Mike Trout and Albert Pujols the next 2 batters.
Yeah, not the easiest guy that he has to face with Mike Trout as first hitter, trying to get the second out here in the second inning for Ochter. He's making his 10th appearance. He worked here on Tuesday night, a couple innings in relief.
Yeah, he had 2 really good innings, and then the next one, Paul had to go get him. But, again, AJ's another one of them guys I identify with a little bit, sort of a minor league guy, AAA, and keeps battling each year to try to make the club, and another stand-up guy too. I like AJ a lot.
Trout will come to the plate.
He can hit the double play, Dick.
Yes, he can. He's done it 10 times, in fact.
Why not?
But he also has a slugging percentage of .572. He comes into this at bat with 67 extra base hits.
That's a big number.
26 doubles, 5 triples, 36 home runs. And Ochter comes in into a hot spot here with the bases loaded and 1 out in the second inning. 3 career grand slams. And then if you get Trout, you get to face Pujols. Unless you get a ground ball double play.
Well, Ochter, he likes that fastball. You've got to keep that fastball down.
Down the way, ball 1.
Good try. I remember when I used to go to the mound and give the change pitchers, and reliever come in with the bases loaded, and somebody like this would be up. I would say just do the best you can.
Backhanded by Suzuki.
Hitters become better hitters. I don't care who you are if the count is always in their favor.
Boy, oh boy.
2-0 count. Now you have to come in with a hittable pitch.
Strap yourself in.
And Trout's not a guy that's going to take a pitch.
Ooh, blasted to center. Hicks going back. A grand slam for Mike Trout. And the Angels take a 6-5 lead.
You called it, Bert. It's unbelievable.
Well, they say in Anaheim early on Mike Trout was taking a lot of pitches, but as of late, because maybe of the injury that he had with his wrist, he's up there. He wants to swing, and boy, did he put a swing on that. His 4th career grand slam, his 37th home run of the year.
When you get in these situations, and you know, what's the worst thing that can happen is the guy hits it over the fence, and that's the worst thing that could happen. That's what happened.
Well, you might be upset, but you know what? It's still now a 1-0 ball game in favor of the Angels. So, and it's early on.
Here's Albert Pujols. He drew a walk last inning. Ball 1, and Ochter falls behind him.
And Dick said it numerous times, and Bird, you have too, about putting that 0 up on the board after you score, and get the boys right back in the dugout. And that certainly didn't happen this evening. Oh boy.
A bullet to center, and Hicks is there for the catch.
Wow.
2 away. And now the 9th man to bat for the Angels. The Twins batted around in the first inning, and the Angels have here in the second. C.J. Cron. Malone got him on a comebacker to the mound, stranding 2 runners on in the first. Ball 1.
Well, I thought I brought good luck to the ballpark tonight and put the 5 spot up there. And turned around and got slapped in the face. That's what happened.
This game can do it to
Boy,
you.
it sure can, Bird. You know it. And we certainly, Dick, you've seen enough baseball in your career. Absolutely. You know, we've seen the ups and downs.
Yeah.
And, you know, you get too high about something or a little giddy, and boy, the game will really spank you if you're not careful.
Not very often, though. You'll see a 5-run half inning followed immediately by a 6-run half inning.
You know, you put those kind of crooked numbers. There's these statisticians and mathematicians. What do they call them guys? Sabermetrics. Yeah. But, you know, you get a crooked number like that, like a 5, that's really a hard number to beat. And they'll tell you, you probably win when you throw a 5 spot up. Now, I'm not saying we're still not going to win, but that 5 spot's a hard number to get by, and they got by it very quickly.
3-1 to Crone. And a walk will put him on first base, and David Freese will bat for the second time this inning. And Freese started this with a double, leading off the inning.
I think a lot of people want to know, TK, how's your health?
Good, Bert. Good. Thanks for asking. Yeah. I appreciate that. I'm doing fine. I still walk when I play golf, and I walked 18 holes twice this week.
Good.
We didn't go out there today.
Is your golf game getting better? And did you get an eagle like Dick
I heard that conversation. Yeah, I know. That's like Carew saying he's got 7 holes in ones. I asked Rod. I said, "You don't count putt gugolf or holes in one." And he started screaming at me. I heard you last night. I agree that
my integrity is being attacked here once again.
I think he's talking to a kid down the street or something. Yeah, I got an eagle or whatever. We know better.
Yeah, he hit a pitching wedge 180 yards.
Yeah, I heard that. He said the wind was behind me. Yeah. Okay. All right.
1 strike.
Keep waiting for him to offer me the Brooklyn Bridge.
Fly ball down the right field line. Hunter has a long run.
Come on, Torrey. Come on, Torrey.
And he can't quite get there after a long run into foul territory. Great effort by Hunter, and it comes up a little bit short, and the third out is still there to be gotten.
He ran a long way for that ball.
Well, you know what's nice is all the fans down that right field applauding Torrey Hunter for his efforts.
I did too. That was pretty good. The man all he wants is a chance to get to the big dance. And he puts that on display just about every night.
2 strikes to Freese. Runner goes. Suzuki double clutches. They didn't have much of a chance anyway. And it's 1-2.
Again, the pitching staff not doing a good job allowing Kurt Suzuki. People say, well, Suzuki's not throwing out anybody. But when that runner is already halfway to second,
Dick,
how is he supposed to throw someone out?
No, he can. And like you've mentioned numerous times, that most of the time you steal on the pitcher, not the catcher.
Now blocked backhanded by Suzuki, and Ocker's having a terrible time throwing strikes. 14 pitches and only 5 over the plate. One of those hit about 500 feet to center field.
I think we better be careful here, Bert. I think, we got a handful of people down there, so.
Logan Darnell still dealing with pneumonia, and Trevor May's got a hip issue, so there are 10 guys down there, not counting Glenn Perkins, who isn't supposed to be available until tomorrow, and then I'm sure only 1 inning at a time. 3-2. And as disappointing as Tommy Malone's outing was, now A.J. Ocker's struggling here as well.
Well, David Freese started this big 6-run comeback for the Angels with that double.
And that ends it. We've seen the Twins score 5. Now the Angels score 6.
Thank you.
Tom Kelly, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
Come back to the bottom of the second inning in a game that has already gone more than 1 hour long. It's 6-5 Angels.
6-5 as the Twins come to bat in the second inning. Spoke with Brian Dozier about the late night last night. We already heard that the Angels got into Minnesota late, but the Twins didn't get out of here until 1:30 or 2 after that marathon game with the rain delay last night. Dozier said no batting practice today. You have to almost change your complete routine and treat it like a day game after a night game. You got to find a way to get your energy. Find a way to go out there and get your timing down just like you would for a day game after a night game. When you just get to the ballpark, get the juices flowing, stretch, get a good run in. He said it's very important after a late night like that to right away, especially out in the field, find some energy. And guys, energy for both these teams will be something to watch if this is another long game tonight, because both on limited rest here this evening.
Hicks gets hit in the leg on the second pitch from Santiago. At least I think he got hit.
Morin out there now, but
yeah, I'm sorry, Morin. And Hicks will go to first with the leadoff man on. Morin pitching with a 1-run lead, but on his second pitch, he puts a batter at first base.
See if that's a breaking ball right there. Where did it get Aaron Hicks?
Okay. Hicks is aboard, and now Dozier hit the pop fly double that started the 5-run first inning. And again, Dozier, we've seen this happen quite frequently in the second half when the leadoff batter gets on and Dozier, right-handed batter, staring at a wide open right side of the infield. Pulled the bat back, did not offer at it, and it's ball one.
Bill Miller asked if Dozier went to first base umpire. He said no.
One and 0. Half swing, but a strike.
You can see Morin just throws a lot of off-speed pitches. Very good changeup. That's his key pitch. "24 years old. Born in Andover, Minnesota. Out of the University of North Carolina, signed by the Angels.
Don't you think that at some point Dozier will have to be more of a full field hitter than he is now? I mean, basically the Angels have taken another infielder and put it where Brian likes to hit the ball, on the pull side. Well, there are 3 guys over there, not 2, so that, you know, simply put, means that he's going to lose 50% of his ground ball base hits on that side.
Especially with pitches away, because clubs know that Brian wants that ball middle in that he can drive. So watch Iannetta right here. Where will he set up? Away. See, Brian right there has a hanger right there, hanging breaking ball. But Brian, you know, most of his hits, of course, go toward left field. 97, 27, and only 10 to right field, 27 to center.
He could hit an 8-hopper right where the second baseman normally is, and he'd have a single, and the Twins would have a first and third situation. And a pitch that was spinning away from him, and he tapped it foul.
A little harder to do it with 2 strikes, but especially if that counts in your favor. Just try to shoot it the other way.
And now, with 2 strikes, at least after that 2-strike pitch, Featherston, the second baseman, has crossed over to the right side of the second base bag. Saw the Twins do that with Victor Martinez in the Detroit series. 1-2. Popped up off the handle of the bat, foul. Trying to answer after the Angels erupted for 6 runs in the top of this second inning.
Morin spent some time on a disabled list this year. Left oblique strain back in May. Just about a month and a half.
And Hicks, for about the 6th time, dives back safely. Texas has an early lead over Houston, 3-1 in Arlington. Twins missed a great chance to get to within a half game of the second wild card spot last night. Might be given another opportunity here tonight.
Yeah, Houston's kind of taking a free fall right now.
1-2 to Dozier. A strikeout, 1 away.
And another changeup right there at 72 miles an hour.
Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use North Data Strong Fan and you might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Mauer with an RBI single his first time. Then Mauer scored on the Hunter home run. 5 runs on 5 hits for the Twins in the first. 6 runs on 5 hits for the Angels in the second. And Hicks takes off for second. And he will steal second on a poor throw by Iannetta. He didn't get a good start at all. It almost looked like a delayed steal.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. But Aaron Hicks in second base, at second base safely. Take a look right there, kind of a walking and then take off and the throw low. I don't know if Ibar knocked it down or if that ball hit Hicks and then deflected near the bag. So Hicks gets a stolen base, his 12th of the year.
So that's one of the reasons a team employs the delayed steal, getting a catcher to unexpectedly rush a throw, and it might have been exactly what happened to Iannetta there. 1 strike to Mauer. 1-1. Really important for the Twins to get a hit here and get the game tied up. Deflating loss last night. What could be more deflating than having an early 5-0 lead and it can't survive the next half inning? 1-1. Liner knocked down by Ibar. He recovers and throws to first to get Mauer.
That's a nice play by Ibar right there because he got his body in front of it. A lot of times you'll see maybe the infielder kind of play it off to his left or right, but that little short hop Ibar with Aaron Hicks right in front of him. Watch Ibar right here. Gets that body in front even though he's unable to get it in his glove. And then what do? You barehand it and then get the out at first base.
2 down now, and Sano very steady at short. Of that group, Escobar maybe the most spectacular shortstop. Here is Sano. Bounce to third, his first time up. Big swing and a miss, strike 1. And eventually the Twins figure Sano will use the field a lot more than he has here.
He's got to think right here. I don't think he's going to get a fastball. If he's going to get a fastball, it should be in off the plate. Everything's going to be slow. That was an 82-mile-an-hour pitch there. You have first base open. I know that it's still early in the ballgame, but the reputation is there that Sano, no breaking balls, off-speed pitches. You make a mistake with a fastball, he'll crush it.
0-2. Fastball off the plate.
Off the plate. You show it to him. You waste a fastball.
And talking with Tom Bernansky the other day, they're not going to tinker with Sano's approach much this year because of how much value he's meant to the lineup. And Sano wanted to back out of the box and steps back in. And on a slower pitch, he strikes out. You're watching the Twins and Angels, brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com for more. already beginning to blossom, if that's the right word. Only in Minnesota can you enjoy a brilliant array of foliage throughout the state. Sign up for weekly fall color reports and read about recommended rainbow routes on exploreminnesota.com. Share and tag your Minnesota fall color experiences with hashtag #OnlyNMN. They're saying this year the fall colors are going to be spectacular.
Yeah. They'll look just like that picture right there. Beautiful.
Strike one to Shane Victorino facing A.J. Ochter, who had a tough time getting the Twins out of the second inning. But now he'll be in charge of getting the Twins through the third. Foul back. 0-2.
Victorino coming over from the Boston Red Sox back on July 27th.
And the inning starts with a base hit. Doctor got ahead of him 0-2 and left one up. Gives up a leadoff single to Victorino. Twins take on the Indians September 22nd through the 24th at Target Field. Tuesday features the U.S. Bank Value Pack. Purchase a U.S. Bank Home Run Porch View ticket. Receive a free Schweigert hot dog and Pepsi. Wednesday is Student Day presented by Rasmussen College. Standing room tickets just $5 for students, and that includes a free ride on Metro Transit. Call 800-33-TWINS. Visit twinsbaseball.com to get your tickets today. Ryan O'Rourke, next man up in the bullpen. This is going to be a long game the way it looks, and a lot of pitchers are going to be used. Ooh. And Ochter nearly sailed a pickoff throw. The batter's Iannetta. He drove in a run with a single his first time up. Freese had doubled. Victorino was retired, and then Iannetta lined a single to center. And that was really the beginning of a really awful inning for the Twins. 6 runs scored, 4 of them on a Mike Trout grand slam, and a 5-0 lead crumbled very quickly. Fouled away. Iannetta struggling offensively, seen his playing time cut back. Now back in the starting lineup, and he responds with an RBI single in his first plate appearance. Pulled foul.
Iannetta, always a guy that, he played with the Rockies for 6 years. This is his 4th season with the Angels. Never a high average guy, but a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. 98 career home runs.
Two strikes. Suzuki sets up near the outside corner.
Well, Victorino kind of playing cat and mouse over there with Ochter. Victorino 6 stolen bases in 6 attempts. Not the speedster he once was.
And the Twins pitch out. I would guess that next year in spring training, whomever makes the pitching staff next year, there'll be a point of emphasis in holding runners. It's been an issue more so in the second half of the year, it seems. 2-2.
That's such a tough area because you want to hold on to runner, but then you don't want to give away anything to what you're throwing toward home plate, and it's utilizing the slide step. The slide step is not going to take any velocity away from your fastball. So I mean, that's what you have to do. We saw Boyer last night. He's having a tough time because of the high leg kick. But it's about control of that fastball right there. That's a fastball right down the heart of the plate. Iannetta fouled it off. Ochter got away with that one.
Well, that was the problem. Jared Burton, as valuable as he was to the Twins for a couple of years out of the bullpen, he was easy to steal on. He had a terrible time
And all a slide step is basically you just don't bring your knee up to your belt area. You just kind of roll toward home plate like that. But now you also have to make a better pitch than that.
3-2 now to
25 pitches, only 12 strikes for Ochter. That's a slide step right there. Landing a bit on his heel. On the landing foot.
Featherston, the on-deck batter.
You know, if you're a pitcher, you land on the heel of where you land. That means you're going to recoil. You want to land on the ball of your foot or your toe area, the front part.
There goes the runner. That's ball 4. Strike 3. I beg your pardon. And now Suzuki saying, hey, the batter was standing on home plate when I threw.
Well, was there contact?
Well, the batter, Iannetta, is complaining to the home plate umpire, and so's the catcher.
And Suzuki saying, you know, he's right on top of home plate.
It is not a reviewable play, and this is one of the plays that Paul Molitor said here can see pitch 7 right there at the knees, and then the bat swings through the batting area with Iannetta thinking it was ball 4. There was no contact.
That's the only thing. Suzuki she should have just kind of finished the throw and maybe slapped them on the back.
So it's a stolen base, a strikeout, and now Featherston fouled back on another pitch left up. Featherston singled in the 6-run second inning. High fly to deep left. Rosario goes back, but that ball's gone. A home run for the number 9 batter, his second home run of the year, and the Angels now lead 8-5.
And his second career home run. Featherston came into the ballgame hitting just 150.
Ocker gave up just 2 home runs in his first 11 and a third innings this year, and he's given up 2, facing just 7 batters here in his outing tonight, and that outing will come to a close. Ocker not providing much relief for Malone. The Twins need somebody to stop the scoring. It's a 3-run Angel lead. We're just in the 3rd inning. So far, keeping in mind they've only made 7 outs tonight.
Yeah, it's not pretty. The grand slam by Mike Trout, and then Featherston hitting his second career home run, a 2-run home run. And Ryan O'Rourke coming in, and here's a guy that, the most innings he's pitched in an outing, 2 innings, so they're hoping to get at least that out of him, maybe more, making his 24th relief appearance. O'Rourke has had trouble at times throwing strikes. You see the 12 walks in 17 1/3 innings, but 20 strikeouts.
Tommy Malone, the Twin starter, got 4 outs. A.J. Ocker got 3. Bases are empty. The Angels lead by 3. And here's Eric Ibar. Ball 1. And one common thread from Malone's outing to Octer's outing was falling behind batters. A snap back. Escobar charges, fires low, and Mauer digs out a low throw to get an out. Most of the bat ended up beyond third base in foul territory.
Boy, and a bang play right there. It's like Gary DiSarcina, the third base coach, picking up part of the bat, the barrel of the bat, but getting jammed right here. Escobar comes in and on the run gets it, but Ibar, good speed. Joe has to dig it out of the dirt. And it's a close play, but he's out at first for the second out.
And now Calhoun. Calhoun drew a bases loaded walk, which brought Trout to the plate against Octer with the bases loaded and only 1 out. And Octer fell behind Trout 2-0, and boom, there went the grand slam.
425-foot.
Is that all it was?
Slam. That's all it was.
I would have guessed much farther than that. Hit it over the 403-foot sign and almost straightaway center field. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Well, somebody out of the bullpen needs to step up and be a hero here. And it can be O'Rourke. Twins have exhausted an expanded bullpen. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Boy, slider right there. Calhoun had no chance of hitting that. You have to come back with another one after that swing.
Two and two.
Well, he did come back with another one, but it has to be near the plate. O'Rourke, 27 years old. He got called up on July 6th by the Twins. Aaron Thompson ended up getting sent down to AAA.
3-2. One slider after another. Trout on deck.
O'Rourke started the season in Double-A Chattanooga, promoted to Triple-A. Now here with the Twins.
Got him on a slider. 2 more for the Angels on another home run, and it's 8-5. your link to what's next by NorthlandFord.com and your local Northland Ford dealer. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here.
Twins had a 5-0 lead. Now it's 8-5 Angels. And if you're a Twins fan, I suspect you are if you're watching. You're hoping that that's not going to be the extent of the scoring.
A new pitcher, third pitcher used by the Angels, as the Twins have already used 3 pitchers. Corey Rasmus coming in, making his 11th appearance of the year. Rasmus spent a lot of time on a disabled list, a couple times. Last time a right forearm strained and activated on September 1st.
Plouffe drew a walk, scored on the Hunter home run in the first, and he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Plouffe, Hunter, and Rosario, and the Twins quickly here, even though it's just in the 3rd inning. They need to answer with something up on the board. It's been 8 unanswered runs for the Angels. Showing bunt, taking a ball. Kansas City leading Cleveland 8-3 in the 7th inning. Omar Infante with 7 runs batted in. Texas leading Houston 3-2 in the 5th. 1-1 to Plouffe. 1-2.
Rasmus with a good fastball, the younger brother of Kobe Rasmus. Corey Rasmus, 27 years old. Originally signed by the Braves back in 2006. #1 pick that year.
A lot of walks. A tall pop-up. Short left. Victorino comes in, calls the shortstop Ibar off the play. 1 away. And that'll bring up Torrey Hunter with 2 outs and 2 men out in the first inning. He did this.
Got a breaking ball from Santiago, a big 3-run home run. That at time made it a 4-0 Twins lead.
After the home run, the Twins got a triple and a double to score another run. Off the outside corner, ball 1.
Torrey with 20 home runs on the year. What's nice to see with Torrey when he does hit the home run, 6 have been 3-run home runs. 6 of them. With a couple men on base.
And the batting average, which was down in the 220s in the last road trip, now climbing again up to 242. 1-1. 2-1. Slap to the right field corner. Hunter has a base hit with 1 out in the 3rd.
Nice hitting right there. We were talking about Brian Dozier. That's what Brian Dozier needs to do. That ball away. Torrey didn't try to pull it, just went with it, picks up his 2nd hit.
And it was an evolution for Torrey. Early in his career, he did not do this much at all, but we saw him excel at that in his 2 years with Detroit.
About 10,000 at bats, you learn.
You learn, or you won't get 10,000 at bats, right?
That's right.
Here's Rosario, got another triple to right center field his last time up. Swing and a miss, 1 strike. Angels have gotten a couple of big jolts in the early innings. A grand slam and a 2-run home run. Twins getting the 3-run home run from Hunter. They could use another jolt. Foul, 2 strikes.
I said last night when he hit his 10th home run that 8 of the 10 home runs have been hit here at Target Field for Rosario. Remember the first year in 2010, it seemed like nobody liked hitting here. Was this going to be just a pitcher's ballpark? Well, it's also become a home run ballpark.
0-2 to Rosario. And he's gone on 3 pitches, 2 down.
That big curveball right there. Rasmus picks up a strikeout, his first.
Join Fox Sports North and the Minnesota Wild for the breakaway 10K, 5K, and 1 mile run. Saturday, September 19th, benefiting the Minnesota Wild Foundation. All participants receive a t-shirt and are qualified to win 2 sweet tickets for the Wild Oilers game Saturday, September 26th. For more info, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events on the Hot Topics bar. Suzuki doubled in a run his first time up.
The Twins have made 8 outs so far in this ball game, 5 of them on strikeouts.
Ball 1. Hicks started the game with a strikeout, and Escobar ended the first inning with a strikeout. 2 more in the second, and now Rosario in the third. One and one. Got to be exhausting for a catcher to be in a game like this. You've already been catching your 3rd pitcher, and you're just in the 3rd inning, and you know you've got 6 more innings to go. You might have 6 more pitchers that you've got to catch.
Well, we saw James McCann. You mentioned it with Detroit. Caught every inning, and see it from Kurt Suzuki.
2-1. But there's a mental process when you're catching a pitcher. All right, this guy can do this, he can't do that, and we got to try to figure how to get outs with this guy's stuff. And then things get blown up, and now you got to try to figure out the same thing with another guy, and then another guy.
All you can do is suggest. Iannetta known more for a game caller than an offensive type player, other than the power he can generate. You got a pretty good guy that you could feed off of too, in Mike Scioscia.
I would think that catching for Mike Scioscia would really put you under the microscope. Checked his swing. No, he didn't. 3-2. Tried to.
Yes, Mike Scioscia has been managing now the Angels for 16 seasons. 2-time Manager of the Year, American League Manager of the Year.
Hunter goes, and it's ball 4. Well, now the Twins get the tying run to the plate in Escobar. Bruce Bochy with 3 World Series titles, Mike Scioscia with 1. Buck Showalter hasn't won it all yet as a manager. Francona did twice in Boston. I kind of like the Pirates in the National League more and more these days. They have done a great job after an oatmeal type of start. There really wasn't anything exciting happening with the Pirates in the first half of the year, but right now they're really good. Tough blow for them though today. Sanford Health injury report. Their outstanding Korean shortstop Jung Ho Kang left today. He really messed up his left leg, a broken leg, torn MCL. There's cartilage damage. Chris Coughlin of the Cubs slid into him. I haven't seen the play. It's been described as an aggressive but fair and clean slide into second base, trying to break up a double play. And the first thing I thought of when it was described to me was what happened to Tsuyoshi Nishioka with the Twins at Yankee Stadium. In Japan, in Korea, and some of the other Far East countries, baseball's played differently there, and it's not played as aggressively as it is here.
Right.
1-0, and I don't know whether there was anything Kong could have done to played it any differently, but terrible break literally for the Pirates.
Every time I see or hear of something like that happening, I think of Rod Carew in 1970 when Mike Hegan, a fair slide, And Rod and he admitted himself he was not in, he was in bad position. He ended up breaking his leg.
1-1 to Escobar. Slow breaking ball hits the corner. And Escobar goes for a stroll, and Mark Wagner really hearing it from the Twins dugout.
Let's see what Foxtrax says right there. On the top of the strike zone.
1-2.
Umpire Hamari last night called that pitch a lot. And we showed it back, and it was on the upper part of the strike zone.
Iannetta and Wagner have patched up their difficulties since Iannetta was called out in the top of this inning. 1-2 to Escobar. He's hit a lot of doubles. He's hit a lot of home runs. And the Twins could use one or the other here with 2 outs in the third. Foul back. This game approaching the 2-hour mark already, and we're in the third inning.
Gotta love it. There have been 300 pitches thrown already.
You know that for a fact?
No.
Oh.
Just seems that way.
1-2 to Escobar.
13 hits, 13 runs on the board.
We kiddingly in the open offered you a money back guarantee. I did. I won't bring you into it. I offered a money back guarantee if the game went
kidding.
More than 9 innings. We said nothing, however, about the game finishing before midnight.
Oh, we did that last night. There it is, Dick Bramer. You see how to spell his last name, any letters.
1-2 to Escobar. There's just been no pace to this game at all. Even in the first inning when Malone pitched a scoreless first, he walked Trout and Pujols with 2 outs in the inning. Off the plate, 2-2.
Well, I'm going to take that sometimes back to the umpire. The umpire needs to keep the game going by not letting that pitcher hang around too often and not calling time. You know, like what happened in Seattle with Seager and Jarrett Weaver last night.
Base hit right field. Hunter around third. He's being waved in. Calhoun's throw coming through, and Torrey's safe. And Escobar gives this crowd a lift with an RBI single.
Yeah, we have watched Escobar swing, and all you're hoping up here, I'm hoping, get the ball down in the strike zone to him. He missed some pitches up that he fouled off, but get the ball down about shin, and that's where that was right there. Down in the zone. He likes that ball down, and he hammered it sharply into right field. Torrey Hunter diving across home plate before Iannetta can apply the tag. Twins making an 8-6 ball game.
How about Hunter at age 40? We saw him run about 100 feet for a foul fly in the top of this inning. Couldn't quite get there. Now he scores from second on a sharp single to right. Here's Hicks. Fouled back. Oh, what the Twins wouldn't give for a double here. Get the game tied up again, and both teams could maybe forget about what happened in the first 3 innings of this game and get back to playing good baseball. Hits are even at 7 apiece. Hicks to left center field, slicing away from Trout, but he gets there. Mike Trout with tremendous range in center field ends the inning. The Twins get 1 but leave 2. .com trivia question since 1969. Who are the 4 players to win the AL MVP, primarily batting second in the lineup? Now, I'm not sure what the significance of 1969 is. That was the year Harmon Killebrew won the MVP award, and he didn't hit second. So, we'll let you ponder that. We will ponder that. Ball one.
What year did Rod Carew win his MVP?
77. All right, there's one. I like that guess.
Yeah. Well, we saw Mike Trout what he can do offensively by hitting the grand slam, his 4th career grand slam. We also saw what he can do defensively. Run down that ball that from our angle looked like it was going to be a double.
Slicing away from him, and he still tracked it down and didn't have to dive.
Ooh, good fastball there.
1-2. O'Rourke hoping to restore a little order here, keep the Angels at 8, see if the Twins can keep pecking away at the Angel lead. Check this swing.
Good try.
2-2.
Good try on that slider down and in. And Trout almost went for it.
Now 1 to left, and it'll leave the ballpark in a hurry.
Yep, that slider stayed up.
He hit one out to center. Now a bullet to left, and the lead's back to 3.
The previous slider had a tilt to it. This kind of spun right there, and Mike Trout didn't miss it. A line drive home run, his 38th of the year. Chris Davis and Nelson Cruz came into this day with 42 home runs apiece, leading the American League. And Trout now with 38. Which is a career high for him. Eighth time he's hit 2 home runs in a ball game.
And we're just in the 4th inning. In the dirt, 1-1. Not many options for the Twins. The short start by Phil Hughes the other day. Going into it, the Twins knew that it was going to be a shorter start than normal. But the hope was that Hughes would be able to get through 4 innings, maybe 5. He only got through 3. And then the Twins had the 3 extra innings last night. And this is a bullpen that has been augmented with the likes of Achter and Tonkin. Grounder to Plouffe. Dropped. He's still got plenty of time to throw to first and get Pujols. 1 down. But again, with the expanded rosters, Logan Darnell, who would be in this long role for the Twins, hasn't even been at the ballpark the last few days because he's been battling pneumonia. Darnell, a AAA starter, was brought up specifically for the long relief role for situations like this, but unavailable for health reasons. Ball 1. Line to left, and Rosario back makes the catch. Crone retired for out number 2. That'll bring up Freeze. Twins fans, you can listen up and find out how you can buy tickets to potential postseason games here at Target Field for the first time. On Wednesday, September 30th, the general public will be able to buy tickets to a potential wild card game as well as division series games played at Target Field beginning at 10 a.m. on the 30th. All you have to do is visit twinsbaseball.com to pick up your tickets to October. Tickets will be available online only. And I've read that promo a few times, and I can't help but think back to what you guys did to the phone system in 1987. Ball rifled to the gap in right center field. Freeze will get another extra base hit. He started the 6-run inning in the second with a double, and he has another one with 2 outs in the 4th.
That was a nice play by Torrey Hunter, cutting that ball off and making it a lot closer, and made Freese slide into the bag for his second double.
Victorino will bat. Somewhere along, I suppose, mid-September, the Twins opened up the phone lines. Now, remembering this is 1987, there wasn't even an internet back then. And at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, Twins fans who had no idea what was to come, or even if there was going to be a postseason, were asked to call an 800 number for playoff tickets. And pretty much the phone system in the 5-state area melted down because of the demand for tickets at the first bell at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
It was an unbelievable year. You know, unbelievable because not only winning the World Series, the ticket parade that we had in Minneapolis and St. Paul, something that everybody involved with the organization and all of baseball never forget.
One hopper to Dozier, and that ends the 4th inning. But Mike Trout again with a home run, this time with the bases empty, and the lead is back to 3. .com to learn more. The Angels with a 3-run lead. Twins got one back in the 3rd, but gave one back in the 4th. That's kind of the way this game has gone. Angels with 37 players here on their active roster, including 10 relief pitchers. Fernando Salas comes into the game.
Salas, 57 innings pitched, 53 hits allowed, only 9 walks, 4 of those intentional with 66 strikeouts. So excellent control for Salas in his 2nd season with the Angels. Also came up with the St. Louis Cardinals back in 2010.
Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano here in the 4th. Strike called to Dozier, and Brian with some words of disagreement with Mark Wegner.
Salas with a fastball, tight slider, and a changeup.
1-1.
Like the changeup right there.
So Dozier is already passed Chuck Knobloch for extra base hits by a second baseman. 57 last year, 66 this year. And a foul back.
Well, Brian having to me an outstanding year. Not only offensively, yeah, the batting average is down, but what he's done defensively.
2-2.
And that's Brian Dozier at his best. Look at his uniform. That's what he likes to play. He likes to get dirty.
The dirt, most of it, I suspect, from his head first slide, stretching his pop fly into a double in the first inning. Two and two to the leadoff man in the Twins' fourth. Struck him out. A fastball. Dozier strikes out for the second time. I'll bring up Mauer. Mauer with an RBI single in the first. A ground ball to short.
Well, just a fastball up in the zone that Dozier swings through.
Fox strikes presented by Ram. You can see where the target was, and Salas threw it right where you don't want to throw a fastball to Brian Dozier, but he missed that one. And fouled away. Twins have taken 2 walks. They've had a batter hit, but they've only taken advantage of one of those 3 free base runners back in the first inning. Up high. Toronto beat Atlanta 5-0 this afternoon. Oakland came back. David Robertson blew another save in the 9th inning, and Oakland beat the White Sox 4-2. 1-2.
Joe kind of questioning that call. And that's the way Joe does it. He doesn't really look at the umpire. We'll get into the box. Take a look at this fastball. Looked like it was right there.
And a 2-hopper juggled by Salas. 2 down. Playoff picture with Houston trailing in its game 3-2 in the 7th inning on the verge of being swept. The Twins with an opportunity to perhaps pick up some ground on a team they have to catch now, the Houston Astros, but all the while knowing that the Angels are right behind the Twins too.
Well, like Tom Kelly said, you have to take care of your own business at home. You have to take care of it here. Twins have no control over the other teams other than who they're playing, and that's being the Angels right now.
Inside twice to Sano, 2-0.
Salas originally signing by the Cardinals out of Mexico back in 2007, came to the Angels along with David Freese for Peter Borges back in November of 2013.
Strike call, 2-1.
Major league totals coming into this year: 251 innings pitched, 247 strikeouts, and he's averaging over a strikeout an inning this year. 67 strikeouts now and 58 innings pitched.
3-1, Blue on deck.
J.R. Graham getting loose.
Pulled down the line, and just foul. 3-2 now to Sano. Fouled back.
Just missed that fastball there. Salas has given up 7 home runs in the 57 innings pitch coming into this outing. See if he'll challenge him again right here.
Drilled to center. Off the base of the wall, it pins under the padding, and Sano has a double.
Well, he missed a previous fastball. He did not miss that fastball. Another double for Sano, his 16th of the year. He had a couple doubles in last night's ball game. Oh, and Salas knew it.
As hard as he hit it, I'm surprised it stayed in the ballpark.
Yeah. Tremendous strength. Straightaway center, deepest part of the field, 400 plus. Over the head of Mike Trout. He gets it back in quickly. That's a 2-out double.
You know, you could come to a ball game with Sano playing in it, close your eyes, and tell when he's hitting. When he swings and misses, the crowd goes, oh, like they used to for Harmon Killebrew, all the great power hitters. But when he makes contact with that bat, it does make a different sound.
It's a terrible sound.
1 strike to Plouffe. And now 2 strikes.
Trevor taking a fastball right there.
All right, now you got to reset.
Twins who got 3 2-out hits, 3 2-out extra base hits in the first inning, could sure use some more 2-out hitting. They got a single from Escobar in the 3rd to get a run.
Yeah, Trevor, I think, is having some words with Wegner right there. Again, stepping out. He didn't like that last call. Well, Mark Wegner is going to clean home plate off and continue the conversation.
See, the first 2 pitches were right on the outside edge.
Right.
Off the plate, 1 and 2.
You know what? If you're a pitcher, that's what you try to do right there. Just miss a little bit and see if that umpire will ring him up. Iannetta again sitting outside.
Oh, right where the second pitch was, or so it looked from up here. Just off the plate.
You see number 4
yeah.
on Fox Tracks.
2 and 2.
3 of the 4 pitches, you can see where they're at.
Very high, 3 and 2. I'll say this, and I know Mark Wegner, saw him when we were on the road in Chicago last weekend. He's been pretty good. Both dugouts have complained about it. Iannetta was squawking about his called 3rd strike in the 3rd inning. Fox Tracks showed that the pitch was right at the knees. 3 and 2. Hunter on deck. To right field, a base hit. Sano to 3rd. He'll try to open it up and score. They hold him. And Sano dives back to the bag. The hamstring issue, which has gotten better. A big factor there is Gene Glenn either put up the stop sign late or Sano decided not to try it.
Well, Gene Glenn was coming down the line with Sano and kind of pulled his hand up, told him to hold up, but what a great throw by Calhoun. Now there's 2 outs. Sano's off with a crack of the bat. Good piece of hitting by Trevor Plouffe. But Calhoun comes in, gets the first hop, and makes a good throw to Iannetta.
Yeah.
I think would have been out.
Yes, he would have. I think he would have. Good call by Gene Glenn, holding him up.
Couple of 2-out hits, yet the Twins need one more at least to score a run. Popped up. It's a foul ball, and it'll reach the seats.
Well, Torrey already with a 3-run home run and then a base hit last inning.
Spent 5 years in the Angels organization, 2 years with the Tigers, now back home with the Twins. Down and in, 1-1. Twins with 8 hits, 6 of them with 2 outs in an inning. And it's past the third baseman Freeze. Sano will score. Plouffe to third base. Hunter to second. And the Twins strike back with at least one here in the fourth with another 2-out hit.
Yeah, that should be a double right there for Torrey Hunter. Freeze kind of backpedaled a little bit. Got that tough hop and unable to knock it down. It deflected away into foul territory.
3 straight 2-out hits. And Freeze had to go off the finger of the glove. So the decision to hold Sano at third when it looked like he would have been thrown out pays off. The inning continues. Twins have 1 on the board. And the Angels now bring in their 5th pitcher of this game. We are in the 4th inning. We have been playing for 2 hours and 11 minutes. And we're just in the 4th. Rosario will face a new pitcher, the 5th Angel pitcher of this ball game.
That'll be left-handed pitcher Wesley Wright, who started the season in the Orioles organization and then was released and then signed by the Angels. A September call-up, making his 5th appearance, his 8th overall.
A scoring ruling with Hunter getting second base on an error charge to Freeze. No double, no run batted in. And Rosario will hit with Hunter at second, representing the tying run. Rosario tripled in the first, struck out on 3 pitches in the third.
Not a good night to be a pitcher so far.
Rosario takes a fastball, strike 1. One strike to Rosario. 1-1 with Iannetta holding it there for a while.
Yeah, right 30 years old. He has been with the Astros, Rays, Cubs, Orioles earlier this year, and now the Angels.
Two and one. You know, got to the ballpark here about 3:15, something like that. Walked into Paul Molitor's office shortly after that, and shooting the breeze with him. He says he was really busy because the Angels brought 37 players in, and of course there's a great deal of research that's being done these days, more so than when you played. 2-1 to Rosario. 3-1 Suzuki on deck. Coaches and the manager, they go through reports on all these players, what they have, and it does make it a little more difficult when you flood the dugout with 37 players.
Baseball has to do something about that you can't bring up your full roster.
But you know you've got, I mean, the Twins are doing their due diligence here, trying to figure out what Wright has. And you saw Tom Bernansky and Kurt Suzuki talking about it. There's a ball driven foul or lifted over the Angel dugout. You still got to do your due diligence, your prep work, and you've got to have something in the event sometime over the 4 games this guy comes in, and wouldn't you know it, in the 4th inning with 16 runs already on the board, here he is. And it's a full count now to Rosario.
Well, I use Player Profile a lot. That's a website, and they say that Wright has a fastball 88-92, curveball 12-6 type curveball, a slider and a changeup, so all 4 pitches.
Saw Cam Bedrosian warmed up. Full count to Rosario, and a drive to right field, caught by Cole Calhoun. The 3rd inning ended with a line drive caught by Trout. The 4th inning ends with Calhoun taking a hit away. Dew fans of the game, and the Twins of the fans here have seen a lot of run scoring. 16 runs. There's been a 5-run inning, a 6-run inning, and we're just crawling into the 5th inning.
Yeah, Twins going to their 4th pitcher in the ball game is Malone, Octor, O'Rourke, and now J.R. Graham.
What the Twins need from Graham is something he has given them a couple of times Most notably, there's a fastball inside. Most notably in Pittsburgh, way back in May, he gave the Twins 3 really good innings of relief against the Pirates. Twins won the ball game, and boy, wouldn't it be a godsend for the Twins if he could do that here?
Yeah, that was the 13 inning 4-3 win for the Twins.
Graham's had his own health issues with some shoulder discomfort, put on the disabled list, now back.
Yeah, this is his second outing back since being activated on September 11th. Worked last Saturday against the White Sox in Chicago.
Pitches up 2-1. A hard but relatively straight fastball, then a breaking ball. High fly center field, and Hicks should have plenty of time to get under this. 1 down. We were talking about Featherston earlier this year. He'll hit. He's a Rule 5 guy, and J.R. Graham is as well. Weekdays don't miss America's pregame. Mike and Molly. Mike on the left, Molly on the right, bring you live reports from around the country.
I would have never guessed.
The latest from the NFL and get you ready for a full night of MLB action. Catch America's pregame every weekday at 4 p.m. Central on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. 1 down in the 5th. First time in now 4 innings where the leadoff man has been retired. Malone got Ibar on a check swing dribbler, but then the 6-run second started with a double by Freese. The 2-run third started with a leadoff single by Victorino, and then Trout led off the 4th with a home run.
There's a slider right there by Graham. Good fastball to get strike 1, then the slider. Featherston out of the Rockies organization, last year played at Double-A in the Rocky minor league system.
Off the plate.
And Graham last year in the Brave organization at the Double-A level.
Got in on the handle of the bat. Might have cracked his bat. Featherston checking it. I don't see players do that much anymore. We used to do that all the time. Mainly because when I played in high school, I got jammed a lot. We still had wooden bats back then. You grab the barrel of the bat and bounce the knob into the dirt to see if it's cracked.
Yeah, he used his foot. Good pitch right there, fouled off.
I think Dave Winfield's the last guy who used to regularly use his bat to clean the dirt off his cleats. You don't see that anymore because the dirt around home plate is so much cleaner. Does that make any sense? It doesn't clump up as much as it used to. They got that granular stuff that doesn't get caught in your spikes as much.
You know, when I used to swing, I wouldn't say hit, was with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I went up, and I remember it was a muddy day in Pittsburgh, and I went up and had to hit. And I wanted to get, you know, the mud out of my spikes, and I hit it, and I missed my shoe and hit that big bone right there.
Yes.
Then I proceeded to strike out and hobble back to the dugout.
Fouled away.
I never did that again. That hurt.
And of course, you know, I mean, you had your out there.
That was the best contact I made all year.
You're out in front of God and everybody, and you're trying not to cry or wince or anything like that.
You're looking in your dugout, and they're laughing.
Swing and a miss.
Good slider there. Very good slider right there by JR. Perfect pitch. Pitcher's pitch right there. Look at that. Down and away. And Featherston a little out front.
If Graham could repeat that pitch with that breaking ball.
Yep. He threw some good fastballs away too. At 94, 95, you can get that ball away. Yeah, he's got a good future if he stays right there.
Up and away, ball 1. and a strike.
Talking to JR, he does grip that baseball. You can see him with that split finger grip. And then he'll move it around in the glove if it's another pitch that Suzuki wants. Like a fastball.
2-1.
At 95. The only downfall, Graham, here, you know, he's given up a lot of home runs, 10 home runs in relief.
He gave up a grand slam to Alex Rodriguez in kind of a similar spot that Octor was brought into, and allowed the home run to Trout in the second. 2-2. Graham to Ibar. Pulled foul off the screen in front of the Twins dugout.
Tom Kelly, he really liked Ibar. He thought he was a really good player. A guy that doesn't strike out much. He has struck out 63 times, but in 526 plate appearances. Good hitter from both sides of the plate.
And a liner to Eckler. Ladies and gentlemen,
hey, what is
we
that
have
call?
a 1-2-3 inning.
Wow!
You're watching the Twins and Angels, brought to you by Jeep.
I'm glad it was our side. It was our side.
This is where you want to be right here. The great seats and the winner's circle. Minnesota State Lottery winner's circle. 100 scratch-off tickets. It's the homecoming queen. Laura, how about this? You're turning 50 from Sherburne. You got the quarterback from the high school team. You ended up marrying that guy. Pretty good birthday present. He helped make the sign. You're getting circled by a World Series winner and a Hall of Famer. You got the light-up crown here. We'll hold this up for the fans. How much fun are you having?
Oh, it's so fun. Hey, we were here in the World Series, too. Not here, but at the Metrodome. And we love the Twins. We follow them and have for years. So this is so much fun.
Well, you brought us some good luck then. Maybe we can get a comeback here. Happy birthday. 100 scratch-off tickets for your birthday. Now get back in those good seats and get a foul ball to make it a perfect night.
We'll do it, Kevin. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. You're still a baby.
Compared to you.
Yes.
Kurt Suzuki will lead off the fifth. And the latest entrant to play in our game, Cam Bedrosian.
Cam Bedrosian making his 29th relief appearance. The son of Steve Bedrosian, who pitched here for the Twins back in 1991, part of the World Series Twins.
The bullpen, an underrated feature of that 1991 World Championship ball club.
Steve Bedrosian, 56 ball games he pitched in 1991. 5 wins out of that bullpen, 6 saves.
He won a Cy Young Award before he came to the Twins, and
he won that with the Phillies back in 1987.
Swing and a miss, and Suzuki's gone on strikes, 1 down.
Cam Bedrosian picks up a strikeout.
Rick Aguilera was the closer, 42 saves that year, ERA at 2.35. Other relievers were Bedrosian, who pitched in 56 ball games. Mark Guthrie, principally a reliever. Terry Leach. And Carl Willis, now the pitching coach of the Boston Red Sox. Escobar with an RBI single his last time up, and he delivers ball 1. And a strike, 1-1.
Well, Cam Bedrosian, just 23 years old. He was the #1 pick for the Angels back in 2010. 29th overall pick in the 2010 draft.
Fouled back.
Straight over the top fastball, slider, changeup. Came up last year for the Angels. This year started in AAA, but then got called up in late April.
I don't remember this, but Cam was born about 2 weeks before Game 1 of the World Series in 1991. I don't remember Steve missing any time or anything like that. It was
born October 2nd, 91.
1-2 to Escobar. Strike 3, but it gets by Iannetta, and Escobar will reach first base on a strikeout.
Well, strikeout and a wild pitch will allow Escobar to get to first base. So the breaking ball down that scoots underneath the glove of Iannetta.
Hicks' 4th plate appearance. He struck out in the first, was hit by a pitch, stole a base in the second, and then lined out to Trout for the final out of the 3rd inning, with the Twins having the tying runs on base. Up and away, ball 1. Twins would like to get this game tied up and just hit the reset button. Kansas City beat Cleveland 8-4. Texas leading Houston 5-2 in the 8th. Down and away, 2-0. And Iannetta will go to the mound. With 4 home runs and 210 at bats from this side of the plate. Nice ball down the middle. 2-1. Escobar dives back safely. Two and one. And Hicks tried to tie the game up, fouled it straight back. Fly ball to left, playable for Victorino. And that's out number 2. Escobar bluffing a tag. Zubas Palooza is returning to Target Field. Special offer includes a reserve seat for the game Friday, October 2nd. Twins taking on the Kansas City Royals. Plus your very own limited edition Minnesota Twins Zubas pins. Take advantage of the special offer available exclusively by logging on to twinsbaseball.com/Zubas.
Cam Bedrosian having a tough time out there. We kind of showed you walking around the mound. He keeps trying to pick up his spikes. Like there's some dirt. The hardest part when you're a reliever, especially as many pitchers that have been on that mound, the different places that you land and the different holes that are created by so many different pitchers. You see him working the mound.
Yeah, we don't see much disfavor with the mound here at Target Field. I think you probably hit on it. There's so many different guys out there. Right. 1-0 to Dozier. Represents the tying run. He likes it up high, but not that high.
You know, as a starting pitcher, you get an opportunity to create your own little landing hole, basically, and you can work around it. But when you're a reliever, here comes Mike Butcher for the 12th time out to the pitcher's mound. But you got your own little area that you can kind of manicure. But when you're a reliever, you come in, you know, you got 4 or 5 different spots that somebody's already created their hole. Now you got to work around that hole and fill it in. You can do what Mark Fidrich always did, you know, just kind of fill it in and tap on it and create your own little nest that your foot lands on.
Bedrosian, the 10th pitcher that we've had in the game. Well, the very thing I was talking about, hitters don't do it much anymore. The tapping of the spikes with your bat, because the dirt doesn't clump up as much. Bedrosian seems to be having problem with just that. 2-0 to Dozier. And he chased a high fastball. 2-1. Popped up, it's back and out of play. This is a free at bat for the Twins. Bedrosian started his day with 2 strikeouts, but on the second strikeout, a pitch in the dirt skipped by the catcher, Escobar reaching first, and so the Twins have been handed this opportunity, first with Hicks and now with Dozier, to hit a home run and get the game tied up. Mauer on deck next.
They kind of get an extra out in the first inning. Remember the pop up that was lost in the twilight. And the Twins took advantage of that.
Three and two, Mauer on deck. And with 2 outs, Escobar can leave early from first.
Thrown to the first baseman, letting Bedrosian know he'll play behind Escobar.
Three and two. A chopper, foul. Sano hoping for a chance here in the 5th inning. Who knows? Dozier's got a full count, then Mauer, then Sano. Another one pounded foul. Dozier's getting a steady diet of fastballs. 94 miles per hour or thereabouts. Dozier getting set for another 3-2 pitch. High fly to right. And Calhoun will come in and make the catch. Twins come up empty in the 5th. They trail by 2. Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for the everyday competitor in all of us. And by McDonald's, a classic quarter pounder with cheese only at McDonald's, and right now just $3. Here's what you've witnessed so far.
5 innings of play so far, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Look at the pitches thrown by both sides. All 10 pitchers, 251 pitches. And we're only in the 6th inning. 10 extra base hits, 5 doubles, triples. Twins hit for a cycle in the 1st inning. 16 runs, 18 hits, 6 walks, 1 error.
Keeping in mind the human element here, Twins had a very late night last night, and the Angels had a later night. Playing a night game in Seattle, flying here, getting to their hotels at 5 in the morning. And the Twins having a heartbreaking loss in 12 innings. And I would imagine Paul probably didn't get to sleep much before 5 o'clock himself after what happened last night. Fouled back.
The Twins need to find a way to come back and win this ball game. Down only a couple runs. Graham had a 1-2-3 5th inning.
One and 2. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Inside. 2-2. Actually, Bedrosian was the 11th pitcher to be used in the game. No, I'm sorry, 10. And Graham strolls off the mound after singeing the outside corner. Strike one. Or 1 out.
Calhoun striking out for the second time.
Trout with 2 home runs and a walk, 5 runs batted in. He's made a great catch in the outfield. And the last time an Angels hitter hit 3 home runs in a game, it was his former teammate. The feeling you get is Trout is going to need to have a finishing kick here to win another MVP award. That Josh Donaldson of the Blue Jays, because he's been more consistent than Trout has been this year, might have the edge over Trout for the award this year.
I agree, but he's in the top 5 at least. All right, 2 good sliders, not bad pitches there.
You see the averages and the accumulated numbers for the 2 players entering tonight. It's kind of hard to argue with either one.
Right.
When you look at Donaldson's runs scored and the fact that the Blue Jays appear to be headed to the postseason, and right now the Angels aren't there. They can put on a good run at the end here and get there, but right now they're on the outside looking in.
And I think what Donaldson brought with him to Toronto, incredible, just made him so much better.
Beyond the numbers, a little bit of an edge to a team that maybe needed that.
Right.
2-2 to Trout. Pujols will hit next. Whoa! Graham strolled off the mound like he did after the Calhoun strikeout.
He has thrown 3 nasty sliders to Trout that were all called balls. You can see pitch 5 a bit outside. Yep.
Pitches 1 and 3 were right on the edge. So now he's seen the slider and he's taken the slider. So you got to throw him a fastball, don't you?
Well, you better not miss inside. Another slider.
And it's in the dirt, a walk. First base runner allowed by Graham.
Second time that Trout has taken a walk.
And now Pujols.
I think that's a young pitcher, Graham, right there, not wanting to make a mistake to a guy that already has 2 home runs in a game. And now you have to face this guy with 555 home runs in his career, 35 this year.
Throwing over there. Twins were burned by a couple of stolen bases late in the game by the Tigers last night.
Yeah, Angels have stolen already a couple bases in this ball game. Trout with 10 stolen bases. Been caught 7 times.
A 93-mile-per-hour fastball and 1 strike to Pujols. And of course it all is interwoven. You have a base stealing threat on first base, and naturally a battery is going to throw more fastballs to give the catcher a chance to steal, which helps the batter at the plate trying to figure out what pitch might be coming. And a pop-up to right field. Hunter running towards the line, and this time he makes the catch. Torrey Hunter with a great catch, sliding on the warning track.
We saw him a couple innings ago almost in the same spot, unable to catch up to it, but this one he did. What a great catch right here by Torrey Hunter. Great concentration, reaches out. Ball falls right into the center of his open glove. And a great sliding catch in foul territory by Torrey Hunter.
How many times tonight has his torso hit the dirt? Twice on attempts like that. The second one successful. And then scoring from second on the base hit in the third inning. And you just don't see 40-year-old ball players do that very often. The Twins win this game, they will have won it for the old man.
He does not play like a 40-year-old.
3-run home run, an RBI single. Another run scoring on his chopper behind third. That scoring decision might be changed.
I hope so. I thought that was a balk call.
Balk sending Trout to second.
Okay, maybe he didn't stop long enough. Come to a complete stop. Kurt Suzuki's going to go out and maybe make sure with the runner at second. See what J.R. Graham did right here. Wow. They say maybe he didn't stop. That to me, he stopped for at least a split second. That's
Baseball changed its rules because of you after the '87 season.
You know, and I never got called a balk after that.
So now Suzuki's had his say with Graham to try to settle him down. If he gets the batter, the balk won't matter. 1-0. Cron 0 for 2 with a walk. And to chase, and Suzuki wants to chat with Graham, and Graham a little flummoxed about something.
He was crossed up right there. Remember, Kurt went out there, man, not really settled down, make sure there's a runner at second base, what sign they're using.
It's 1-1. Base hit right field. Hunter charges. Trout around third, and Hunter will just hold it and throw to second base. The balk comes into play. Trout maybe was going to end up at second anyway with a stolen base, but Cron with a hard ground ball through the right side of the infield.
Yeah, Cron gets his first hit of the ball game, driving in his 43rd run. Fastball away, just went with it. Good piece of hitting. See that ball up, and Cron taking it and finding that hole between first and second. And Trout with 2 outs. He's off with a crack of the bat. He scores from second base.
What the Twins might be challenging here. Whether they thought, I think they're questioning whether Trout touched third base. Trevor Plouffe was looking at the third base bag, and the Twins were looking on replay to see whether Trout actually touched third base. But apparently they saw no evidence to the contrary, so we play on. Ball 1. And you need to, I think, appreciate the fact that not just the Twins, but every dugout on a base hit, there are coaches who are assigned not to watch the ball, but to watch things like that. Players watch to see whether a base is touched. What was it in yesterday's game? Who was the player? He stole second, popped up from his slide. The ball went into the outfield. He went to third, but he never did touch second base. They appealed, and he was called out. 1-1. Fouled back.
Well, that might also come from Trevor Plouffe, because Trevor Plouffe is right there. Let's see if Trevor Plouffe is watching right there. No, he's not, but he did touch the edge of the bag as Gary DiSarcina waves Trout in. Trout scoring for the 3rd time in a ball game.
1-2 to David Freese, who has a couple of doubles tonight. Poked foul.
Freeze just activated on September 1st on a disabled list for about a month and a half with a fractured right index finger.
Michael Tonkin threatening to become the 11th pitcher used today. It's a chopper.
That's
Graham tries to adjust but can't. A swinging bunt for Freeze, his 3rd hit of the game, and Crone goes to second base.
Yeah, and his follow through, Graham slipped on the mound, and by the time he could react, it's an infield single for Freeze. He gets his 3rd hit, as you mentioned. Watch Graham right here. The follow through. And slipping a little bit right there, but even if he had been able to get over there in time, it would have been a hit.
10-7, Angels in front. And a big at bat here with Victorino, the batter. He's 1 for 3. Twins have been behind by three times in the game, and have answered with a couple of runs, and can't afford to fall any farther behind. We're now in the 6th inning.
It's funny to see Victorino hitting only as a right-handed hitter. Remember, we always saw him as a switch hitter, but he gave up switch hitting back in 2013, just a couple years ago, when he was with the Red Sox.
Talking with Chili Davis, the Boston hitting coach in spring training, for a while they were working with Victorino from both sides of the plate again in spring training. But now that the regular season's here, he's just a right-handed batter again. 2 strikes. And Graham is able to put up a 0 in the 5th. The Angels get him for a run on a walk and 2 singles in the 6th.
In 2009, when Jason Kubel hit for the cycle, he completed it with a grand slam home run in the 8th inning off Angels pitcher Jason Bolger. Kubel became only the 9th player in Twins history to hit for the cycle and the first at the Metrodome since Kirby Puckett in 1986.
Well, it's about the only thing we haven't had yet. Let's see. Mike Trout has 2 home runs. Who can hit for the cycle here?
Torrey Hunter double and a triple.
We got to get that scoring change, and then we got to watch a 40-year-old man hit a triple.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a double, but they changed it into an error. But here is the 7th pitcher used by the Angels. Trevor Gott coming into the ball game, making his 39th relief appearance. 18 strikeouts, 12 walks, 1 intentional in 37 2/3 innings.
Joe Mauer will lead things off.
Yeah, Gott only 23 years old in his first season with the Angels. Called up on June 13th from AAA.
And Mauer takes strike one. Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe in the sixth. And the Twins again find themselves down by 3. Texas pouring it on against the Astros. It's 8-2, top of the ninth, 1 out. And the Astros are 2 outs away from being swept in a 4-game series by the Rangers. I would not want to be playing the Rangers now. The Rangers are as hot right now as the Blue Jays were when the Twins played them. Got a lot of good mojo going for them right now. And 180 degrees apart from where they're at is where the Astros are at. Driven foul. And the count to Mauer, 1-2. One and 2 to the leadoff man here in the sixth. And a soft line drive hit to the shortstop eye bar, 1 away. That'll bring up Sano. You can establish 2015 postseason priority by buying 2016 season tickets. Don't miss an inning of postseason play and experience exclusive sweet spot benefits like 10% off food and beverage at Target Field. For more info or to place a deposit, call 612-375-7454. or visit twinsbaseball.com/season tickets today. Sano takes strike one. And Gott throwing first pitch strike, getting ahead of batters.
Yeah, Gott coming over the Angels along with Houston Street back in July of last year.
1-1. Only right-handed relievers left for the Angels are Street and Smith. Some of you may subscribe to that. 1-1. And a strike.
I'll stay with it. Here we go.
Sano with a double his last time up. He had a rocket to center field. Neil Kotz next up for the Twins. And a foul back.
Got kind of one of those crossfire type relievers. Started the season Double-A for the Angels, moved up to Triple-A. Now in the big leagues. Only 3 minor league seasons between the Padres and the Angels.
Off the plate, 2-2. Foul.
Gott played his college ball out of the University of Kentucky. Born in Lexington, Kentucky.
High fly to left field. And Victorino with the catch. Sounded like Sano cracked his back. 2 down. You know, you don't like to do it at any point, but especially in September. You've had a very long disappointing road trip, and you get in at 5 in the morning. But maybe Mike Scioscia made the best managerial move of his season when he went out and got Hector Santiago back in the first inning. Things weren't going well. The Twins have added just 2 runs since then, but Santiago showed no sign of being able to get the 3rd out of that inning. And the Angel bullpen has done well enough against the Twins since, 1 inning at a time or so it seems. 1 strike to Plouffe, and now 2 strikes.
Well, that's what September gives you, that opportunity too, and I think we talked about it before the ball game where, you know, why do you have 37 players in September? There should be a max that you can actually use.
Chopper to third.
For 5 months you're stuck with 25, and all of a sudden now you can add 12 more bodies.
Sad news today. One of the great voices of baseball, most recently with the Houston Astros, Milo Hamilton, passed away today at the age of 88. Coming just weeks after the Astros lost another one of their great voices, Gene Elston.
Well, it's about home runs. Torrey Hunter. Twins hit for the cycle in the first inning thanks to Torrey Hunter's 3-run home run. Made it a 5-0 lead, but that guy Mike Trout in a 6-run second inning, a grand slam. That made it a 6-5 ball game. Featherston hitting just his second major league home run, a 2-run home run in the third, and then there's that guy again, Mike Trout, a solo home run in the fourth. And here we are going to the top of the 7th inning. 10-7, Angels ahead.
And Neto will lead things off against Neil Kotz.
Yeah, Neil Kotz making his 11th appearance, and my, oh my, we just showed home runs.
And Iannetta hit one well back into the second deck. And for the first time tonight, the Angels lead by 4.
Home run number 9 in for Iannetta, the 4th home run by the Angels. And Kotz on the first pitch gives up his 3rd inning of relief, and right into the swing of Iannetta and hit it in the second deck. A no-doubter. Rosario did not even move. Powerful swing of Iannetta.
Well, Iannetta sent to the bench for a few games. Featherston sent to the bench, and they've each responded. And now a base hit up the middle.
Featherston picking up his 3rd hit of the ball game.
Tell you what, if the Angels weren't tired getting in at 5 in the morning, they're going to be tired tomorrow. 13 hits, 11 runs. And remember, this is a team that was down 5-0 after the first inning. And now they lead 11-7. Here's Eric Ibar. Plouffe juggles it, and he'll get one out, and that's it. Taylor made double play ball, but he didn't field it cleanly. One down, and Ibar at second. Kevin Gorg, where are you?
Well, guys, I'm out here watching this ball game just like you. Hard to believe that it's 10-20 right now. We're only in the 7th inning, but some good news for the Twins. Glenn Perkins, another bullpen session yesterday after a solid bullpen session on Monday. And from talking to Paul Molitor this afternoon, it does sound like there's a pretty decent chance that he can rejoin the team tomorrow. Molitor mentioned it'd be more of a setup role as they ease him back in and see if that back holds up. They want to make sure it's for the long haul here down the stretch, but if things go as planned, Kevin Jepsen will stay as the closer for now, and if Perkins gets 100% later this season, then we'll have two closers that can shut games down when the Twins start playing with a lead. They've been playing from behind a lot here in this homestand.
Yes, they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
And now Mike Trout. Carsoup.com trivia question: who are the 4 players to win the AL MVP, primarily batting second? We'll go with Mr. Carew being on that list. And Mike Trout. Well, I thought Trout was a given.
Dustin Pedroia, that's right.
Yeah. Pitches up to Trout. He walked in the first, hit a grand slam in the second, hit a solo homer in the fourth, walked, was balked to second, scored again in the 6th. And a strike. The Angels had an absolutely crushing loss against the Astros on Sunday. And this is a team that's got a lot of veterans on it. Trout, I think, considered a veteran even though he's very young. Pujols, guys like that, Ibar, you wondered how they were going to respond. They lost 2 out of 3 in Seattle. But now kind of a payback game here today if they end up winning this game down 5-0. And on the strength and speed of Mike Trout, they have an 11-7 lead.
Yeah, they ran into some pretty good pitchers, though, there in Seattle.
Yeah, they ran into the big 3. And oddly enough, the guy they beat was Felix Hernandez.
Right.
2-2 to Trout. And the Rangers completed the 4-game sweep. The Astros were looking for that game, that Sunday afternoon game, as a springboard forward for them. And instead they go to Arlington in a key series and lost all 4 and lost first place in the process. So here the Twins are where they were last night about this time, a game out of the wild card spot held by Houston, but now tonight down by 4 runs. Full count to Trout. Pujols on deck. Whoa, tried to hit the outside corner and just missed.
And for the 3rd time, Mike Trout has taken a walk.
1st and 3rd, 2 down, and now Pujols. Pujols has had a relatively quiet night, 0 for 3 with a walk. Relatively quiet. It's whisper quiet for him. Twins lost 2 out of 3 to the Angels in Anaheim in July. Little pop up, and Dozier with the catch. A home run by Iannetta on the inning's first pitch. The Angels lead by 4. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Twins had a 5-0 lead, and then the Angels knocked out Tommy Malone shortly after the Twins knocked out the Angel starter Hector Santiago. Torrey Hunter's had a good night at the plate. A 3-run home run in that 5-run first inning. Single and a run scored in the third. And then he reached on an error, charged to Freeze on a tough backhand chopper. And Hunter takes strike one.
And Gott starting his second inning of relief. 14 pitches in that first inning. 11 were strikes.
Chopper to short. Ibar charges. One away. Twins have two teams in the league championship playoffs in their respective leagues. In the Southern League, Max Kepler continues to impress. 2 for 4. Series is now tied at 1-1. Drove in 5 runs with 2 home runs. And if Chattanooga had not advanced, there was a real good bet that Kepler would be brought up to the big leagues. Fouled away by Rosario. In Rosario's last at bat in the 4th inning, he and the Twins had a chance to get the game tied up. They were down by a couple. 2 men were in scoring position after the error charged to Freeze, and Rosario hit a sinking line drive to right field, and Cole Calhoun made the catch.
Yeah, he came running in, made a nice catch.
Rosario tripled right after Hunter hit the 3-run home run in the first. 1-1. And the chopper cut off. No, it's not. It's juggled by Ibar, and Rosario should get credit for an infield hit. Freeze reached for it, but didn't make contact with the ball.
I think he kind of overran that ball, and nothing Ibar could do. So Rosario, an infield base hit, his second hit. Right off the end of the bat. And you can see it got underneath his glove. And Ibar backing up and tried to barehand it, and the ball got away from him.
Well, an infield hit. Suzuki will bat, doubled in a run in the first. Since then, a walk and a strikeout. Over the inside corner. Been a lot of muttering and complaining about the balls and strikes tonight, and for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, maybe only one. Mark Wegner's been right in the strike zone. Here's a ball driven foul, but it is odd because, you know, Wegner was behind the plate Saturday night in Chicago, and it's very rare that an umpiring crew, or chunks of it, and that's what we have here, is recycled to face the same team as quickly as Wegner's had the plate twice with the Twins. Now, it's great for Mark. He's from here and gets a chance to spend some time with friends and family, but that's really a quick home plate turnaround. His last 2 games behind the plate have been Twins games. Oh, 0-2 to Suzuki. And a slow breaking ball left up and in.
Wegner, actually, the game that he was behind the plate was the same game Tommy Malone started. And Malone started here tonight. That's a rarity in
yes, it is.
game.
Yeah. Fastball off the plate, 2-2. The Angels have gotten a lot of production from their bottom 4 hitters, 2, with Freeze having a good night at the plate, and that's what the Twins are going to need here in the final 3 innings. Need something constructively done here in the 7th. Rosario with an infield hit. Now 2-2 to Suzuki. That'll reach the seats. Fastball, swing and a miss. 2 down.
Got picking up his first strikeout, just overpowering Suzuki with that fastball.
As promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong Fan photo of the game. You can tweet your strongest fan photo to North Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
Stephanie, thank you very much.
Here is Escobar. Has reached twice, has struck out twice. RBI single in the 3rd inning, and then second time he struck out. He struck out on a wild pitch and scampered to first.
Come on, let's go.
Headed up the middle, backhanded nicely by the second baseman Featherston. And a flip to Ibar ends the inning. On to the 8th with the Twins down by 4. Last night, pitching, and of course all these games critically important for the Angels. I want to get your view to this. Seager apparently does this a lot in the box.
Well, Weaver's kind of yelling like, get in the box. And then this is a couple times he called time, and then Weaver ended up hitting him, and then he got ejected from the ballgame.
All right, you're on the mound, and a guy does that. It was in the 5th inning. Your team's in a pennant race. What do you do?
I do exactly what Weaver did.
Really?
Yep. I smoke him. You know what? I mean, there was another gesture too that he made to Weaver.
I think we saw that gesture.
No, there was another one besides that.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Seager had some comments questioning Weaver's integrity, saying that he quit on his team by doing that when the way the situation was evolving there. Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire, did what he had to do. He had to throw Weaver out because it was clearly an intentional pitch, and that's what umpires are instructed to do.
Well, there were other things that kind of led up to that from the previous night, so it just wasn't that one little incident.
Michael Tonkin, the latest Twins pitcher.
Tonkin making his 20th relief appearance. He last worked on Sunday in Chicago, one shutout inning, and the Twins 7-0 win.
When Tommy Milone was knocked out as early as the 2nd inning, you could see Paul Molitor and Neil Allen fretting about this game and what they were going to do after an exhausting last couple of games for the bullpen, trying to figure out, okay, how we'd like to win the game, but at the very least, how do we get through this? Because Logan Darnell is unavailable because of pneumonia, because Glenn Perkins is a day away from rejoining the active roster. There's a Tapper foul. Because Trevor May has a bit of a hip issue, saw a chiropractor today to try to get his torso, his skeleton
realigned.
Yeah. So here we are. Michael Tonkin asked to pitch through the 8th, and barring a nightmarish outing, they may have no choice but to ask him to pitch the 9th as well. 2-2. Now Tonkin's got to do his part and throw strikes and get people out and not let the score or the lead grow anymore. Fouled back.
Well, Michael, 5 times up and down this year for the Twins, and then recalled on September 1st. Spent most of the season down in Rochester.
Ouch. Oh, that horrible, awful sound. Tonkin really got in. The point of contact must have been right above his hands. Ouch.
Gotta love that sound. You were talking about Sano's sound when he makes good contact.
Listen to
this. Is the sound a pitcher likes.
Between the pine tar in the hands, I bet. Oh, look at that. On the very bottom of the pine tar.
Somebody put a lot of work into that bat.
A little dribbler to the right side again. And Dozier flips to Mauer. Tonkin's gotten 2 of the weakest ground ball outs you can get.
Well, this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted. Who would want to in any form? And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins LLC.
If you, what's the word that you're not supposed to do? You're not supposed to rebroadcast or what?
Disseminate?
Disseminate. If you disseminate this, you're either a sadist or a masochist or both. 1 strike. Tapper towards short, backhanded. Escobar with a long throw, and Mauer has to pull his foot. Victorino will reach. I suspect a base hit, but an error could be given as well. Good throw gets him.
Yeah, good throw gets him, but Escobar had to go in deep short to throw it. There's a bit up the line. And I think they flashed up a base hit. Saw Trevor Plouffe dive for it. And Joe Mauer reaching out, but unable to keep his foot on the bag because of the throw up the line. And they do give Victorino a base hit. It'll be his 2nd hit.
Iannetta, the batter. And he hits another one hard, but foul. Iannetta with 2 hits tonight. RBI single in the 2nd, and then he teed off on Neil Cott's first pitch and clubbed it into the 2nd deck. Plouffe backhands, sets, and fires to end the inning. Scoreless 8th. You're watching the Twins and Angels, brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com for more.
happen as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Stay with us directly after the game for Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll take a look at Mike Trout, once again spectacular. 5 RBIs, a couple of home runs. We'll also take a look at a big game for Torrey Hunter, who's tried to keep the Twins in it with his play at the bat and out in the field. And we'll also bring you inside the clubhouse. We'll hear from the manager, Paul Molitor. A pivotal series, guys. No matter what happens tonight, Molitor will have something to say on how the weekend shapes up, how the Twins can get back on track here at a ballpark where they've been so good most of this season.
Well, the Twins will try to come back here. Thank you, Kevin Gork. Joe Smith will come in to try to pitch the quick bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, submarine pitcher Joe Smith in his 2nd season with the Angels. Twins saw him when he was with the Cleveland Indians for 5 seasons.
Twins will send the top of the order up. Couple. Howard is in at third base now. Couple innings worth of at bats here yet. The Twins can still get back into this game and win it. And now they've got to do it against proven late inning relievers. It is assumed that Houston Street would get the 9th inning. Trying to come back from a bout with the flu, and he lost 13 pounds over 3 days. If the Twins can make it maybe a 2-run ball game. Street stretching in the foreground there. The Twins can get a couple here and make it a save situation. They would get Street into the game. He was the guy victimized by that furious Astro comeback on Sunday. 1 strike to Hicks. And a drive to right and deep. Calhoun looks up. It's gone. Hicks makes it an 11-8 ball game.
And home run number 11 on the year for Aaron Hicks.
First hit of the ball game, he hit a ball pretty hard back in the 3rd inning, but this was a no-doubter.
A high fastball, good swing by Aaron Hicks. Great contact. And Smith allowing his 4th home run of the year in his 67th relief appearance.
And in Street's absence the last few days, Smith got the save in Seattle the other night. Strike 1 to Dozier. Bryan with a pop fly double. This wasn't a Texas League double he hit in the 1st inning. What would we call that?
Some Miguel Sano type of
a Rhode Island league. They traveled about 50 feet. One and one to Dozier. Swinging through a breaking ball. 1-2.
His breaking ball from down there is like a big frisbee.
Dozier 1 for 8 against Smith. 2 for 9. Well, now things are changing late in a game that's seen a lot of changes. Twins had a 5-run first. Angels got a 6-run second. Haven't trailed since. But now the Twins are sending the middle of their lineup up and making some noise here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, Dozier getting his 2nd hit. Every Twin in the starting lineup has at least 1 hit. Dozier now with 2. Torrey Hunter a couple.
A big at bat for Mauer. As if he reaches, Sano comes up as the tying run. Mauer on the day, an RBI single in the 1st. Since then, a couple of ground balls and a soft lineup. And Joe this time tried to execute the bunt. He's threatened to do it a few times, even in the late innings, when the 3rd baseman, as Coward was, playing well back at 3rd. 1 strike.
Yeah, Twins need base runners. Not a bad try right there by Joe. Coward now coming in, playing in on the grass, but he'll backpedal a little bit.
that misses the outside corner. And that over for a strike, 1-2. Trying to build an inning as they did in the first. A walk and 5 hits, scoring 5 runs. 1-2. Foul.
Yeah, Joe Smith, 31 years old, originally signed by the Mets out of Wright State University.
Last 2 times that Smith has faced Mauer's gotten a double.
Make it 3 times in a row then.
Sano's never faced him. Tapper right side. And they get the lead runner. Bit of a risk by Featherston, but he made the play. And Mauer reaches on a fielder's choice.
A good hard slide by Dozier, but Featherston really had to put something on that throw, and Ibar becomes like a first baseman with the force out at second.
Good play by Featherston.
Dozier going in, seeing that Featherston's going to second and trying to break up the double play. Ibar leaping over Dozier.
See if the big man can deliver a big fly here. Sano at the plate. Fox Tracks presented by Carrier. Swing and a miss. Down and away. And a breaking ball for strike 2. Sano ready for that 89-mile-per-hour fastball. Taps it foul. Started the inning with a home run and a solid single. Inside, 1-2.
Got to look breaking ball here. That big sweeper. There it was.
And a called third strike. And Sano stands at home plate.
Even though Iannetta was sitting outside.
Yep, he was there. Tonight on Fox Sports Live, post-game coverage from tonight's Broncos-Chiefs game. Can Peyton and company pick up a tough road win? Plus, the baseball races are heating up, especially in the NL Central, as the Pirates lead safe as they try to chase down the Cardinals. Oh, a liner by Plouffe. Fielded by Smith. A one-hopper over to first baseman Crone to end the inning. Some well-hit balls in the 8th. The Twins get one back as we go to the 9th. A wild game, and it seems like for most of it the Angels have had a 3-run lead, and that's where we're at again as we go to the 9th inning. Michael Tonkin had a really good 8th inning. He got 4 ground balls, 2 of them just jam shots.
I think he broke 3 bats,
and so we'll see what he does here in the 9th, but the Twins know that it's in there. There's a good running fastball, almost hit the corner. It's 2-0. We talk about J.R. Graham. He's been with the Twins all year because of his Rule 5 status. Well, Tonkin throws just about as hard as Graham. There's a ball hit on 2 hops, juggled by Escobar. 1 down. Power with a bit of a stretch at the end. Time now to take a look at the road ahead, presented by Jeep. 3 more here with the Angels and a day off, the last off day of the season, then 3 with the Indians, who lost to Kansas City tonight. 8-4. Corey Kluber's returned to the rotation. But you look at Tonkin and you can see a breaking ball that I think is probably still a work in progress. But unlike Graham, Tonkin's fastball has some run to it and some life to it, and that's why the Twins are waiting for that time when he gets up here and stays up here, because as he's been on the elevator ride 5 times this year.
There's just been a lot of inconsistency with the fastball control.
And holding runners, too, has been an issue.
He'll go down in the minor leagues last couple of years, have really good numbers down in AAA, but comes up here and all of a sudden it's ball 1, ball 2. And then up here, maybe in AAA you can get away with pitching from behind, but up here they'll catch up to you. But he does. He has very good movement on his pitches. Michael at 6'7", 220.
Fans here are hooting. Chap foul, and it's 1-2.
Brother-in-law of Jason Kubel, signed by the Twins in 2008. And that's what we've seen from time to time from Michael Tonkin. It's just to control. The fastball's missing by almost a whole plate. It's not near the corner. It's a wild fastball at times.
First one hit out of the infield, and it's hit to Hunter and right, 2 down.
Yeah, breaking ball right there. Ibar hitting it sharply, but right at Torrey.
That'll bring up Cole Calhoun. I feel like I'm in a swamp surrounded by coyotes. Calhoun got credit for a run batted in. He's hitless, but he drew a bases loaded walk in the 2nd inning, and that was the end of Tommy Milone.
Yeah, only Calhoun and Pujols are the only 2 Angels without a hit, as they have 14 hits on the board.
There's Street. It is a save situation as we stand now, 11-8. And now base hit to center field. Calhoun gets his first hit. We'll give Trout another opportunity here. He's done enough damage already, scoring 3, driving in 5. The Twins haven't gotten him out yet.
He walked in his first plate appearance, and then a grand slam in the 2nd inning. Part of a 6-run inning that gave the Angels the lead. And then in the 4th inning, a solo home run leading off that inning.
Strike one to Trout. 3 walks, 2 home runs. And now 2 strikes. A lot of MVP awards for Trout already, including MVP of the last 2 All-Star games.
Yeah, he picked the truck this time around.
You got the
what do you get, the kind of a convertible
Corvette? Was that what it was?
Yeah,
the first,
something like that.
For the MVP award he won here at Target Field. Got that game off to a rousing start with a leadoff triple. Strike on the outside corner. So Trout finally retired. Tonkin with a couple of good innings. Important innings because the Twins needed him to go 2. The Twins will start their 9th with Torrey Hunter. Pitcher, and they're winning. You don't see that very often.
Well, it happened last night with the Tigers. Remember, they used 9 pitchers and ended up beating the Twins.
Well, this is 9 innings.
But that was 12
yes.
innings. Right.
Houston Street, during the game last Sunday, was ill. And we don't need to get into details, but he was not feeling well. But he felt better and felt well enough to try to pitch and get a save for the Angels, and it didn't work out well at all. With 2 outs, the Astros scored 4 times.
Yeah, Houston Street leading the American League with 35 saves. In his 2nd season with the Angels, he's pitched for the A's, the Rockies, the Padres, and now the Angels.
Efren Navarro at first base for Crone. And the Angels pretty much shut Street down in the Seattle series. That's why Smith got the save a couple nights ago. It'll be Hunter, Rosario, and Suzuki, and the Twins hope a few more after that. Hunter's had a very impactful and active game, both in the field and at the plate. 3-run home run in the first, single and a run scored in the third. One strike. And now 2 strikes. Torrey 2 for 6 in his matchups against Street.
Yeah, Yeah, Street, who works, starts about the middle of the pitching rubber. Will pick up the sign from Iannetta, and then he'll slide all the way over to the first base side. Step off, and then right at the corner.
The fans have stopped the coyote howling and now have started a Torrey Hunter chant.
I like that better.
A little easier on the ears. 1-2. And Hunter strikes out, 1 down.
Well, Street changes speeds. Well, good change up right there at 84 miles an hour, and Torrey striking out for the first time in the ball game.
I know that Street wants to throw too many pitches right there. Center cut. Time now for what's next. Brought to you by Century Link. Another lefty tomorrow, Andrew Heaney, and Mike Pelfrey going for the Twins.
It's been a while for Pelfrey, but that's the way they planned it, to give Pelfrey a little extra time off.
Rosario swings and misses. Twins jumped all over Hector Santiago, knocked him out in the first inning. Hunter with a 3-run home run. Rosario followed with a triple. He scored on a double. Now tap to the right side. Navarro goes for the grounder, and Street at the bag, 2 down. We'll bring up Danny Santana, who will hit for Suzuki.
Santana getting in at bat here as he did in last night's ball game. Pitched hit for Chris Herman in the 7th inning. Ended up flying out to center. Santana 0 for 7 as a pinch hitter.
Outside, ball 1.
Just a tough loss for the Twins. I used the word bounce back at the beginning of the ball game. They had to bounce back from the 2 defeats to the Texas Rangers the Detroit Tigers. But they score 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning. You're looking good. You're feeling good. And then the Angels came right back. That hurt.
And now beyond that, there is the concern about the bullpen, because the bullpen in the last 3 games will have pitched 18 1/3 innings. So 1-1 now to Danny Santana. And a foul, 1-2. And so Mike Pelfrey will be expected, asked.
Well, Tom Kelly saying that guys need to step up, and you'll find out who needs to step up. Hopefully it'll be Mike Pelfrey tomorrow night.
In the dirt and to the backstop, 2-2. If Santana can reach, Escobar would hit. This is where the Astros were against Street. 2 outs, nobody on, and then they came back and stole one from the Angels. 2-2 to Santana. Three and 2. And Street with a nice snag, flips to first, and the Angels respond after a 5-run first inning with a 6-run second, and ended up beating the Twins. Tom Hanneman 11-8 in the opener.
Another night of missed opportunities at Target Field and in the wild card race. Up next on Twins Live, presented by Century Link. We'll talk about Mike Trout's big night. How Torrey Hunter certainly sparkled. We'll hear from Paul Molitor and look ahead to Game 2.